we go. Welcome in. This is the 456th episode of the Dean Wither Show. For everybody tuning in, thank you for being here. Regardless if that means you're a viewer of the show while we're live or one of the couple thousand people that will actually watch these broadcasts on a daily basis when they're just kind of posted as long-form videos once the live is over. Good to see you all. Folks, if this is your first time tuning in, we have some first-timers just about every single day, which is awesome. You are in for a treat, so make sure to lock in, because for 4 hours, we talk to people on the right, and we try to convince them that they're wrong. We have debate, and honestly, typically, folks, these people get a little bit nutty, and we end up having some insane conversation. Thank you so much for that. Galaxy over on TikTok, Rami. So every day before we hop into those debates, we already do have the very first Trump supporter connected. We always like to just spend a brief moment going over the breaking news. And today's breaking news is that I think Donald Trump should really be impeached after this. So first, let's go ahead and take a listen to a clip of J.D. Vance pretty much implying that every day the Trump administration engages in an action worse than Watergate.
Backstage, as I joked with Robert backstage, if Watergate happened tomorrow, it would be like a 12-hour news story. Like, the idea that it would have taken down a presidency is crazy.
So the first thing that I'll say here is J.D. Vance is technically right. He didn't say anything that was incorrect. If Watergate happened today, it wouldn't take down a presidency. It probably wouldn't even be a 12-hour news story. It might be one headline that Aaron Parnas reports on, and then we just kind of get over it the next day. But see, the implication here is that the Trump administration does something worse than Watergate on a daily basis, because the reason why Watergate would only be a 12-hour news story today is very simple. Every single day, Donald Trump does something worse. I do think that it was worse than Watergate when Donald Trump double-tapped those two drug boats in the South Caribbean and killed people in violation of the Second Geneva Convention and committed a war crime in accordance with the ICC. I do think J6 was worse than Watergate. I do think that Donald Trump calling for the woman he raped after having a court determine that he raped a woman was worse than Watergate. I think that every day Donald Trump does something worse than Watergate. And I would actually say that there's a good chance the Trump administration is among the most corrupt presidential admins in the entirety of the American history. The presidential pardon power, for instance, has been transformed into a transactional tool by Trump to reward political loyalty, wipe away the crimes of major campaign donors, and to protect his business allies. There's a couple of really good examples of this. Mr. Zhao, who was a billionaire, he was the founder of the crypto exchange by the name of Binance. He had pled guilty to violating money laundering laws, and during his prison sentence, Binance reportedly provided free engineering support to help build the Trump family's quote-unquote World Liberty Financial crypto platform and help elicit around a $2 billion investment from the UAE into this business of the Trump family. And what did Trump do in response? He gave Mr. Zhao a full and complete presidential pardon, completely let him out of jail. And when asked about this pardon in an interview, Donald Trump said that he doesn't even know who Zhao is. So then why did he pardon him? Trump went on to say that, well, it was just bad prosecution from the Biden DOJ, complete political weaponization that made no sense. And this isn't the only example. We also have Trump's pardon of Trevor Milton. Trevor Milton is the founder of the electric vehicle company by the name of Nikola. And this guy was convicted of securities and wire fraud in 2023 for lying to investors. Now, see, the thing is right before Donald Trump gave Milton a pardon, Milton and his wife had donated over $1.8 million to Trump's reelection efforts. And then, of course, Donald Trump was reelected, and then he gave Milton a full and complete presidential pardon. And there's about a billion other examples like this. And the reason why I'm giving you guys these very specific instances of brazen corruption from the Trump admin is because it makes it clear how and why if J.D. Vance was right when he said if Watergate happened again, it would just be a 12-hour news story. It's because the Trump administration does something worse, such as the instances I just gave you, every single day. Now, we're going to go ahead and hop into that first debate. Appreciate you guys for following with me there through what is one of our longer intros, but it's meaningful. It matters. We're going to, at this point in time, go ahead and pass the mic off to that first Trump supporter. War, why don't you go ahead and take it away and tell us why you're MAGA?
Like I said, because of the tax cuts and because of how he handles the Supreme Court justice, the federal judiciary, rather.
If you get that mic a lot closer to the face, literally holding it like a couple
So,
inches away, we'll be able to hear you much better. But I did hear you. I'll go ahead and respond. So you said that you're a fan of his tax cuts. I think that his big beautiful bill, aka his tax cuts, is literally one of the worst policies passed in American history. Not only did it add $3.4 trillion to the debt and cost $5 trillion in total, but it's reducing the effective purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year, according to the CBPP. It's taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, and free student school lunch and breakfast away from nearly 470,000 students every single month. It's clearly a bad bill that disenfranchises the working class, hurts children, hurts families, just to serve for the betterment of the rich and elite top 1%.
yeah, but a lot of those people who are getting the cuts or who are going to be affected by the cuts are people who are milking the system. Those people really legitimately don't need food stamps and stuff like that. They actually could go out. They are able-bodied citizens. They just choose to live off the government because it's easier, because the government looks for anybody and everybody to just give free stuff to, because they know if they do that, they're going to have their vote. So Trump is a different person. Trump is a businessman. Trump has a lot of, businesses, and he's very well at what he does running his businesses, which is why I feel he's very well at running the country. A lot of people might not like what he does, but then again, you have to understand nobody ever is going to like the president, like the entire country. The country's not going to all vote for just one person because they like them. They're going to vote for who's going to help them, how should I say, have an easier life, no matter what the easier life is, whether it's milking the system or whether it's legitimately going to work. A lot of people just like to sit home. I'm sure you've seen it in your area too. These people who are on food stamps, and these people who have the free housing and stuff like that. They got the Mercedes, they got the BMWs, they got the Chanel pocketbooks, they got all the gold in the world, but yet they're pulling out the EBT card at the supermarket to pay for food. And then they're going back to their house that's being paid for by the state, which the only way the state is paying for the house is by the people who pay taxes to the state. So those people who are going to work and they're paying all this money in taxes, they're paying money for people just to sit home and just lounge around the house all day at their leisure, while people like you and I have to go out, bust our behind for work, pay taxes 17 different times, 17 different ways for people like that to sit home and lounge all day.
I would rather my tax dollars be spent on food stamps to keep children out of poverty and starvation than being spent on missiles that Israel's using to kill innocent Palestinians. Second point, no, I don't think that a vast majority or even near all of people on food stamps are going to be defrauding the government, owning Mercedes, driving new cars with the gold and diamond necklaces and watches, because there are income eligibility caps on food stamps. And if you fall beneath those caps, if you are living in poverty, well, you clearly don't have enough money to go lease a brand new BMW. So when you do see somebody that is on food stamps, that is on EBT, that does drive that brand new BMW, yeah, well, they're defrauding the system. They're engaging in a crime, and we should punish that crime. And we do punish that crime. And that's why we know only around 1% of people who are on food stamps ultimately are defrauding that system. And that's bad, and we can agree on that. The third point that I'll make here, Donald Trump's cuts to these programs didn't attack the people who genuinely are defrauding the system. They attacked the people that need it the most. Fourth point that I'll make here is you said, well, people just live off of these government systems, and that's why Donald Trump has taken it away from them, because they can work, but they don't work because these systems allow them not to work. Well, I completely disagree with you. People on Medicaid, for instance, he took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans. Having healthcare, having the ability to go to the hospital and not have to pay too much money when you need services is not going to put a roof over your head, is not going to put food in your stomach, is not going to put gas in your car, is not going to pay your electrical bills, not going to pay your other utilities, is not going to pay any of your bills. It's just going to ensure that when you do need health services, you're not going to be in crippling debt for the rest of your life because of it. And then the last point that I'll make real quick is just looking at these social systems holistically as a whole. Well, we know that they make our country better off. When we look at Scandinavian models, for instance, Nordic countries, they have a lot of social safety nets and a lot of systems where they're able to provide what people need to low-income constituents of their nations. And they actually have more economic mobility than us because these social safety nets serve as a launch pad to allow people to get better jobs or go back to school or land higher pay because they are able to support people in need. So instead of that low-income mother of 5 needing a job now to put food in her own stomach and the stomachs of her children, meaning that she's more likely to accept that minimum wage job at McDonald's and then work 50 hours a week, she instead can rely on the government a little bit, rely on the government to help them out with food, help them out with housing, help them out with what they need to live. So then she could turn around, cut her hours from 50 to 25, and then go to school. Then a year later, now that she has that trade certificate, land a job paying well over minimum wage. And that's the way that we see it used. Over 56% of people who receive food stamps are off of them in the first 12 months of starting to receive the food stamps because they use them intermittently only when they need them to live.
Well, I mean, you made a few valid points, but you have to also take into consideration these women who are typically single, all right, who typically have more than one child, also statistically have more than one child from more than one baby father. So if the baby father don't want to be in the woman's life to take care of the babies, which is typically the situation, which is why these women have to go and seek these government-assisted programs, why don't they control themselves and not have 5 kids?
Oh, well, I have a better idea. I have a better idea. Check this out. You know, I understand that last statement of yours was, at least from my perspective, loaded with a shit ton of misogyny, right? Oh, look at all these uncontrollable sluts who are just having all these kids and now they're all poor and now they need the government to give them money. Like, just be real. That's kind of what you meant to say. You just sugarcoated it. But what I will say here is that there was some truth to what you said in the sense that you are absolutely right that motherhood and pregnancy and childbirth are among the main reasons why women in poverty are women in poverty. So let's do something about that. Let's ensure that in all 50 states, every woman and girl has access to readable, lethal, elective abortions. So then we can prevent that pregnancy, we could prevent that birth, and we could prevent that family in poverty from the get-go. And then our government doesn't have to spend billions of dollars to support them through that mission. How about that?
I mean, I think that's easier said than done, Dean, and I think you and I both know that as well.
It's easier done than said because that's the way that we lived for 30 years before Donald Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, and then poverty started to skyrocket in red states that started to ban abortion.
Well, that's why it's changed. They don't go by that no more. They don't look at it like that anymore.
What's that?
I said that's why he overturned it, because they don't think that that's right. That's why they don't go by that anymore.
Okay, well, I think that's a reason not to support Trump, because he overturned Roe v. Wade, and now we see all these red states starting to ban abortion, when that's only going to lead to more women in poverty, thereby more low-income Americans relying on social safety nets. So let's support people on the left who want to codify federal protections for women and girls' access to abortion.
All right, well, let me ask you this, Mr. Dean. Why wouldn't the women, and it goes for the men as well, because it takes 2 to tango, but why don't the women have a little bit more control, or maybe I shouldn't say control, maybe, how should I say, a little more awareness to a situation where the outcome of the situation potentially could lead to another life being brought into this world, and are they ready for that, that task to take on? Which is obviously an 18 to 21 year task. It's not like, you can play with the baby and then put it back on the shelf when you're done and then pick it up again when you're bored.
Guess what? That awareness is using contraceptives and engaging in safe sex. But the thing is Planned Parenthood reports 54% of women and girls who get access to abortion are doing so because of the failure of contraceptives. And the second thing I'll say here is, well, how are they supposed to know how to engage in safe sex in the first place if Republicans are banning comprehensive sex ed in schools because they think their religion says that that's a sin? Or the third point that I'll make here is, how the hell are they supposed to access these contraceptives when Republicans are banning them every single day in a new red state? Liv, thank you so much for that Future City. I appreciate you. It wasn't even 27 days ago that I sat down on a 1v20 Jubilee video where I spoke to 20 MAGA women at once. And on the abortion subject, a woman actually came up and had a conversation with me that claimed to work for a pro-life organization that aims to abolish access to abortion. And I asked her what her thoughts on contraceptives were, and she said that they should all be banned too. There's just simply nothing that we could do when half of our country country is saying that the use of contraceptives is very promiscuous and wrong. Nothing that we could do when half of our country is banning comprehensive sex ed in school, and nothing that we could do when we're not endorsing access to free and fair contraceptives everywhere, because now we're rather repealing subsidies for the ACA, skyrocketing the cost of healthcare. No, what we need to do is we need to ensure a legal access to abortion in all 50 states for all women and girls, access to comprehensive sex ed at an age-appropriate level as soon as the age is appropriate to learn that material, as well as free and fair access to contraceptives around this country. And if we could do those three things, not only do I think we'd see abortions inevitably going down, because guess what? Now everybody knows how to engage in safe sex and has a means to do it, but we would also see poverty rates going down, we'd see education rates going up, and we'd ultimately see the amount of money that our government is spending on social safety nets for low-income Americans going down as well. And it seems like that was your biggest gripe when you joined the live. You told me that you just hate how we spend so much money on the social safety nets. Okay, well, endorse my plan. Comprehensive access to contraceptives, sex ed, and free and fair access to abortion in all 50 states for all women and girls.
All right. I want to touch those 3 points that you made. First of all, the amount of, how should I say, it's so high, the pregnancy rate, because of the laziness. See, a lot of these people who are getting pregnant, when they get pregnant, prior to them getting pregnant, they're probably most likely out. They're probably not in the right state of mind. These aren't planned, because if they were planned, they wouldn't be in the position that they're in after the pregnancy. You understand? Because typically when you properly prepare yourself, that usually prevents somebody from, poorly performing in the outcome. So if you plan it, everything will be okay if you plan it the right way. However, if you're out at a club, at a bar, at a party, or whatever the case may be, or you're at your house and you're just getting whatever, you're drinking, and you wind up, doing something where a baby in the next 9 months is born, that's why the rate is so high, because these women are lazy. They do have. That's another thing too. Well, listen, it's not just the women. It's both parties, because, like I said, it takes two of them to conceive.
Are you sexually active?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Every time you have sex, do you first sit down with a woman that you're going to have sex with and draft a comprehensive plan on what you guys are going to do if she becomes pregnant?
Typically, in the United States of America, you don't do that when you're married. It's
so you're late. So you're lazy.
Sense. Like when you're. No, I'm not lazy, because I'm with the same woman. So obviously, when we do that, we already know that we're not using protection, because we're prepared in the event that.
So you just say that women and girls shouldn't be having sex outside of marriage. Then is that the claim?
No.
Is that?
No, I'm not saying that.
Do you think that? How about this? Let's clarify. Do you think that women and girls should have legal access to abortion?
If the reason for it was, I don't know, I don't want to say the wrong term on your channel, but if it wasn't consensual, then yes.
So, but elective circumstances, those should be banned? Why?
I'm sorry?
So elective circumstances, that's when the sex was consensual, it's two adults, and they just want it for any reason or no reason at all, outside of life of the mother, rape, incest. So in elective circumstances, those abortions should be banned, right? Is that your claim?
When a woman goes through something like that, an abortion, it takes a humongous toll on their body.
Less of a toll than pregnancy and childbirth, but do you think that elective abortion should be banned?
I do, because if it's not consensual, then that means both parties knew the potential outcome of the situation. Because if you were able to commit to having sex in the beginning, then you know what can happen at the end. Listen, and that's another thing I wanted to say.
Well, let's just stay on topic. Let's just stay on topic here with why you think elective abortion to be banned. The first reason you gave us is because they know the potential outcomes when they have sex. Are there any other reasons why you think they should be banned? If so, specify them now.
Yes, I also think because of the fact that it takes a humongous toll on a woman's body. After a woman goes through a procedure like that, sometimes they're not so forthcoming to, go through something like that again. So,
okay,
mentally as well. I think mentally as well, it takes a humongous toll on women. That's something that they have to go through, and they have to live with the rest of their life, whether, it was consensual or not consensual, and they had to get rid of it. It's still something that they have to live with the rest of their life. I don't know. I'm a very empathetic person.
Any other reasons, or is that kind of it?
That's really it. Those two reasons, really, to tell you the truth.
Then stop calling yourself pro-life.
What?
Because you just use that as a virtue signal. Okay, you use the phrase pro-life, we care about the unborn, as a virtue signal to shield and hide the true motivations why you think that access to abortion should be restricted. Because I asked you to specify every single reason why you think that these elective abortions should be banned. And I even asked you once again if those are all of the reasons why you think the abortion should be banned, and you said yes. But not at any point in your argument of why you think these abortions should be banned did you mention the innate value in the life of the unborn or how sad and bad it is that a baby is dying. No, you started off by saying that, oh, well, abortion is bad because I disagree with the values of romance, intimacy, and sex that are upheld by many women and girls because they just go out there and have sex without an intention to procreate, even when that action could lead to this outcome. Okay, well, that's not a claim concerning the value of the life of the fetus. Your second reason was, oh, well, because it could take a mental and physical toll on the woman, something to do with the woman, saying that you know what's best for the woman. Well, seemingly, both of these two claims reduce down to you wanting to control and punish women that do things that you disagree with, rather than reducing down to the claim that you are just really concerned and you care a lot about the life of the unborn. Okay? So to dispute the first reason that you gave me about how well they engaged in this action knowing that it ran this potential risk of the outcome of pregnancy, okay, well, when people smoke cigarettes, they know that that runs the potential outcome of lung cancer, but you don't think that treatment for lung cancer should be banned for smokers. When people drink a lot of alcohol, that runs the potential outcome of liver failure, but you don't think that people with liver failure onset by alcoholism should be completely banned from getting an organ donation. And then to your second claim, saying, okay, well, it could be a toll on the life of the woman or the life of the girl. First argument I'll make here is we typically let individuals legally, we allow individuals legally the ability to choose to engage in actions that could lead to some negative outcomes or tolls for themselves. We allow people legally to cheat on their partners. Don't you agree that cheating on your partner could lead to very negative, unforeseen tolls on your mental or even physical health? Absolutely. But guess what? When we compare the potential future mental and physical tolls onset by abortion to the potential future mental and physical tolls onset by childbirth and pregnancy, I would say they are dramatically lower for that of abortion.
I also wanted to say something earlier too that you mentioned about them not having access to free contraceptives. They have free contraceptives in more places than we know. So the fact that they don't want to use it, once again, is laziness. And to touch back what you said about the abortion, listen, I'm not for an abortion, to be honest. Like, I really don't want to do that in general. However, if somebody if somebody gets pregnant unconsensually, against their will, wouldn't somebody feel bad for the mother that they have to raise a child that let's say they don't love the child? Now what? Now the child's going to grow up in a home where the father's not there because obviously it wasn't consensual. The mother doesn't really love the kid because of the fact how she was pregnant, and now the kid has to grow up all confused. Typically that leads to the kid, maybe joining groups of individuals that aren't the, selective group of people that they want to involve themselves with, which could also in the future potentially cause them to have a lot of legal issues. So, that's another reason as well.
Okay, so you didn't address the two reasons that I gave you insofar as why your arguments are false as it relates to why you think that elective abortion should be banned. Instead, you just kind of gave a reason why abortion should be legal.
Because before you were kind of like twisting my words a little bit, so I wanted to make sure that what I said was, what I said. I don't want it to be misunderstood.
So do you need me to repeat the two refutations I gave to your position?
That you said I didn't answer?
Yeah.
Please.
So your first argument was that they should be banned because the action of sex leads in some scenarios to the consequence of pregnancy. And by engaging in sex, you accept the responsibility of being, you accept the possibility of being responsible for that outcome of pregnancy. The refutation is, same thing's true about people who smoke cigarettes and then develop lung cancer. They know that that action of smoking cigs runs the risk of developing lung cancer. But do we yield the conclusion that therefore people who do develop lung cancer from smoking cigarettes should be legally banned from access to chemotherapy to kill that cancer? No. Same thing with alcoholics who drink a lot of alcohol. That runs the risk of causing liver failure. But would we argue that they should be legally banned from accepting a liver transplant? No. And then your second argument was, well, accessing abortion could lead to possible mental and physical tolls on behest of women and girls, therefore it should be illegal. First refutation, we allow many actions to be legal that could lead to possible mental and physical tolls in the future. Really good example of this is childbirth. Childbirth is legal. Childbirth leads to many mental and physical tolls. Another good example of this is cheating. Cheating is legal. Cheating can definitely lead to many mental and physical tolls. Second refutation. Well, in comparison to the alternative of pregnancy and childbirth, abortion definitely leads to less mental and physical tolls on average. So in total, I gave you 3 counter-arguments there. The first counter-argument was one against your first claim about the responsibility argument, and then my last 2 counter-arguments were in response to your second claim about the mental and physical toll argument.
Those are all, but these are all things. Okay, first of all, the medical field, that stuff is never going to be banned because that stuff is just pure money. Okay, when a person goes to the doctor for something with cancer related, and the doctor has to send them to get chemotherapy, the doctors they get a substantial reward from the insurance company. So stuff like that is just never going to be banned. They're always going to allow it because it's a money making machine. It's a money hungry machine. Okay.
So, well, I mean, if you were right, then abortion never would have been banned because Planned Parenthood profits off of it. But still, yet that claim is not in any sense a response to the counter arguments I gave to your views.
Well, oh God, what was I just gonna say? Oh, I just had a brain fart. I'm sorry. I just lost my track of thought. Sorry. I forget what I was going to say. I'm sorry. I don't want to hold up. Continue. It'll come back to me. I'm sorry, Dean.
Are you saying that you're going to drop?
No, I'm not going to drop. I'm not going nowhere.
Then I don't know what you're telling me to continue.
As long as you would like me to stay here, I'll stay here and debate with you back and forth. I enjoy this.
I don't know what you're telling me to continue. All right? I'm just kind of waiting for some counter arguments here.
I've lost my track of thought of what I was just going to say to you because I said something else prior and then you said something and I forgot. So that's why I was saying just, if you want to say something else and then I'll comment on that. And when it comes back to my head, I'll bring it
listen,
back
I'm going to give you one more opportunity here. I'm just going to repeat myself for a third time. If you can't come up with sufficient rebuttals to these counter arguments, I am just going to move on to the next guest. So once again, your first argument was that abortion access should be banned because women and girls should accept the responsibility of pregnancy by engaging in sex because it yields the risk of leading to that outcome of pregnancy. Well, see, the thing is that smoking cigarettes runs with the risk of the outcome of lung cancer. But when cigarette smokers acknowledge that risk by smoking cigarettes, then get lung cancer, we don't argue that they should be legally banned from access to chemotherapy to kill the life of that lung cancer. Same thing with alcoholics and liver failure. They shouldn't be legally banned from organ transplants. And then your second claim was it should be banned because there's possible mental and physical tolls that women could walk away from abortions with. My first counter argument is there's plenty of things that are legal, that should be legal, that also run with the potential outcome of mental and physical tolls. The prime example of this is literally childbirth. Childbirth should be legal, and childbirth leads to a lot of mental and physical tolls. Another example of this is cheating. Cheating is legal. Cheating definitely runs the risk of potential mental and physical tolls as an outcome. And then the second argument that I made, once again, is that, well, the alternative to abortion is what? Pregnancy and childbirth. And I'd argue that pregnancy and childbirth definitely lead to more mental and physical tolls than abortion. So, in fact, by a woman accessing abortion, she's in total reducing the mental and physical tolls that she would expect to experience, which is kind of why a lot of women get them.
So you're telling me that they should be allowed to abort the child if they want to, no matter regardless.
Yeah, and the 3 rebuttals I gave you, the first rebuttal to your first claim about the responsibility argument, And then the last two rebuttals to your second claim about the mental and physical toll argument demonstrate why your two reasons why elective abortion should be banned ultimately fail. So at this time, I would like you to refute the three arguments provided.
Well, as far as the abortion goes, like I said,
we can't hear you too well. You got to bring your phone a lot closer to your face.
sorry. So, like I said about the abortion, I'm not really for taking someone's life like that. But at the end of the day, if it's not consensual and the woman is going to grow up with the kid and shun the kid, let's say, okay, the kid's going to wind up causing a lot of problems. The mother's going to wind up having to deal with that problem because she's taking care of the kid. So,
So do you have any response to my three objections to your reasons why abortion should be banned, sir?
Yeah, from the two I gave you from earlier, of course. That's the only two that I have.
My objections were to those two reasons.
Okay.
I thought I've said that very clearly now, like 3 different times. I said it so clearly. I reiterated your first 2 reasons why abortion should be banned, and then I specified the very specific counter arguments to those reasons. And then even after I went through all the rebuttals of your claims, at the end, I then summarized them by itemizing which objections were to which claims that you made. And then I even repeated your claims again. I'm afraid that if you're not really with me here, if you're not tracking, that I'm afraid that this conversation just won't work out. I think it's time for us to move on to our next guest. You have a good one. Oh shit, he started to talk. Yeah, sorry, bro. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I would really appreciate it so very much so if you guys could please follow the rules. I'd really appreciate it very much so if you guys could please follow the rules. So only hop inside of the queue at this moment in time if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to get that next guest, Mary, connected. We got Mary loading in. Never mind. It does not look like we got Mary loading in. Oh, no,
we need strong alpha males like Donald J. Trump, Spencer Pratt, and our loved Charlie Kirk.
Bro, are you a troll?
Yeah, it's Mar. What's up? How you doing?
Dude! Mar, what is this account?
It's my MAGA account. Do you not like it?
Your second most recent post has 40,000 views, claiming that abortion is killing babies. And then everybody in the comment section is just hating on you. And then you're responding to them with memes about Charlie Kirk living long. I mean, wow. The dedication that you put into this account is extreme, Mar.
Commitment gets you far, Dean.
yeah, I gotta say, you're pretty locked in, bro. She's responding to all the liberals in her comment section saying that abortion is healthcare, saying no. And then there's even one comment that says, disregard these comments, girl, you're cooking. And then it's that one photo where Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens look like real people. And then she responded saying, long live Charlie Kirk. And this post is from a month ago. So she's super locked in, super committed. I kind of got to respect it. Let's go to get that next guest, Robert, connected to the live stream. Only up inside of that queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Folks, if you want to support me, if you want to support the live, you can find links to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YT, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E, and my last name, Withers. At this moment in time, let's go to get that next guest connected. Do follow the rules, everybody. We're going to go to put them up in the middle of the phone screen. We are very specifically looking to speak with American adults that are at least 18 years old that support Donald J. Trump as president. We're very specifically looking to speak with, once again, American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. Lord T, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, my dude. Let's get to it, or Lord T W's. Lord T with the 20 says that last guest called women quote unquote weak because they can't handle the stressors of having a kid and are the problems. okay, if these are problems, let them have abortions. Stop trying to dictate what women can and can't do. Fucking weirdos. Right? Yeah, that's the reason why, Lord T, I brought up the conversation about abortion in that last dialogue, was because seemingly abortion is the remedy to all this guy's issues. Baby, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat as well. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And primarily the reason is that we didn't have enough time to go into nuance. Silver Nash, thank you for the $10, who says, the argument that could be made that all abortions are elective, as a woman could forfeit her life to bring another into the world. So from his perspective, all should be banned. What a monster. Thank you for the $10. And you actually sent another $20. So thank you for the $30 in total, Silver. Let's get 300 Silver W's. Thank you. Silver says, with that other $20 dono, did you hear what the Supreme Court agreed that a LEO can enter a person's home without a warrant under the emergency aid exemption? What do you think about this? Some are arguing that this could be abused. I don't see how, though. Well, there are already pre-existing exigent scenarios where LEOs could barge into people's homes with no warrant. I'm just not familiar with this specific exigent scenario of emergency aid. I would assume it's probably fine, though, but definitely, as you stated, could be abused. And I just hope that there's more litigation on the matter to specify what exactly is and is not emergency aid, so then we could reduce the abuse. Robert, welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Yo, what's up? Yeah, of course I do.
Man, that's really embarrassing. Imagine still supporting Trump in 2026. Yikes, bro. A couple people to thank, then the mic and the floor are yours. On Super Chat, Barda, thank you so much for the $50. Barda, you are the GOAT. Thank you, Barda. It's so good to see you again today. That is so much money. Thank you for supporting me and what we do here. Let's get 500 Barda W's. That is BARDA. Thank you so very much. Joseph, thank you so much for the $25, who says, please address this misogynist lack of placing any responsibility on the men. Well, I couldn't address anything that guy said. I gave counter arguments to his positions, and his brain just broke, apparently. Thank you for the $25. Aslan, thank you for the $5. Who says, beautiful argument, bringing up smokers and chemotherapy. High five. Appreciate you. PZ, thank you for the $25. Who says, last chemo was yesterday. I made it. Yes, PZ. I remember you telling us about that last week. I'm so proud of you. You fucking made it. Good shit. Please show some love to PZ down below in that comment section. Their chemotherapy is over. Quite frankly, thank you for the $10. Jay, thank you for the $20. Jay, you could send me that VOD in like a Discord DM link. I would love to see it. Thank you so much for the $20, Jay. Please show some love to Jay down below. On PayPal, thank you, Jonathan, for the $5. Clara, thank you for the $1. Destiny, thank you for the $10, who says, I just got broken up with and your stream is really helping. These streams do serve as a great distraction, okay? Process that healthfully. I wish you the best of luck, but thank you for the $10. As well as Miss SJ, thank you for the $30, who says, from SJ, been missing you, bro. Hope you're doing well. Love you. Love you too, SJ. I haven't heard from you in a while. I hope that you've been well. Thank you so much for the $30. Let's get 300 SJWs. And then Lucilia, thank you for the $15, who says, hey, Dean, as always, I really love your streams and I appreciate what you do. Lucilia, you know this, I know this, you're here every day. I'm so grateful for you. Show some love to the goat, Lucilia, down below. And then another Lucilia, thank you so much for the $12 as well, who says, hey, Dean, by the way, my name's Cam. So Cam, thank you for the $12. Just wanted to say love everything that you do. Well, I appreciate you, Cam. You're the goat. With all that being said, we're all caught up. Mr. Snoozer, go ahead and take it away. Tell us how.
No, I was just falling asleep waiting. No, you also you got a lot of haters. I get a lot of messages from a lot of your haters. I know you can't control that, but you guys got a side of violence, and that's for sure.
Okay. Would you say if somebody DM'd you calling for you to be hung, that they'd be a violent person?
I already know what you're gonna bring up. I'm not talking about that.
Can you answer my question about like if somebody would DM it to you?
Yeah, if someone DM'd it to me, yeah, that's what I'm getting.
Would you have and that would be a super violent person. Would you ever
I know you're gonna bring up Trump.
Whoa! We're not talking about Trump yet.
Dean,
we're not talking
I
about
already
Trump
know
yet.
you're. I
Hey,
know
Robert. Hey, Robert, buddy, don't worry. We're not talking about Trump yet. Would you ever make a super violent person like that president?
I'm not going about this route. I already know where you're going.
Okay, well, you lost the debate. Like, legitimately, just I want to set the record clear.
No, because I already know where
I'm
you're
going to mute you now because you're interrupting me. I want to set the record clear. And by the way, this record is not exclusive to Trump. This would apply to any politician, any president at any time ever. If you cannot answer the question, would you ever make a super violent person president? Because you're scared that your answer to that question could be used against your support for your preferred politician, then you're probably supporting the wrong politicians.
Yeah, that's not what I'm up here to talk about.
So you're not up here to talk about how Donald Trump is a super violent
I wanna
person
talk,
because he called for the execution of 6 Democrats in Congress with no good reason, completely baselessly.
I truly believe men are better at leading than women.
Okay, I truly believe you're a moron.
I truly believe I'm correct.
Okay, well, let's go through it. Why? Why do you think men are better at leading than women?
They possess a higher IQ.
On average, like on the
4 points
on the
higher
far
than the
ends,
average.
on the low end. So men have a higher IQ on average than women. Liv, thank you so much for the Interstellar. I really appreciate you. Show some love to Liv down below. Thank you. All right, well, this should be easy. My very first question is going to be a slam dunk here. Do you agree that there's a positive correlation between IQ and performance in school at all levels?
Yes.
So if men have a significantly higher IQ on average than women, then why do women perform better at school in all levels?
I think there's obviously there's different levels to your IQ, but if you look it up on Google, you'll see, actually, I'm pretty sure men perform better than women.
No, that's not true. Women get better grades on average, test better score better on tests on average, get more degrees on average. And
so
by the way,
more men lead? Why do more men lead?
Well, I mean, for the same reason why I think women didn't even have the legal right to vote 100 years ago. It's because of the patriarchy, social pressures, and traditionalism. But we'll get there. I first want to evaluate the evidence that you hopefully have for your claim that men have a higher IQ on average. Could you give me any evidence to justify that?
Yeah, just search up who has a higher IQ on Google, men or women, and it's... Can I turn my camera on? I actually think I have screenshots of it. Oh, I fucking can't. I was going to say I have screenshots of it.
Oh, wow. Dude, do you unironically want to see the first thing that pops up on my phone screen when I look that up?
Go ahead, because somehow you're going to have the total opposite of me.
By the way, I'm not even trolling. I literally looked up exactly what he told me to. Who has the higher IQ, men or women? AI says neither sex has a higher average IQ.
Okay, Dean, wait.
I'm in the middle of speaking. Then we see a Reddit thread. Okay, fucking Reddit that says men have a higher IQ. But then we see a study conducted and then published in the National Institute of Health, a .gov website, that says the role of height and sex difference in intelligence. By the way, that's a really weird title. But then we read the metadata. It says, we show that men may have higher IQs than women because they are taller, but once we control for height, women have slightly higher IQs than men.
Dean, may I have a moment to just prove my point? Can you scroll up a little bit?
No.
Yeah, go to people also ask and click on those. And then tell me what they say.
Where?
See the people also ask?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, on these? Okay.
Yeah.
Also ask?
Click those,
like
those. Click a couple of them. And read them.
Yo, Liv! Thank you so much for the future journey! Thank you so much, Liv. I really appreciate you. Show some massive love to Liv down below. You are very kind. Thank you. So the first AI response says neither males nor females have... One moment. Have a higher IQ. The second one says which gender has a higher IQ. It just says some tests show greater intelligence in males, while others show greater intelligence in females.
But keep going. There's another one. Who is more intelligent, men or women?
Let's see. Recent studies conclude that men, on average, have higher intelligence than women by 3 to 5 IQ points. However, the ultimate evolutionary question of why men have evolved to have a higher IQ than intelligence than women remains. So is this your source?
Okay, keep going. There's still more blob.
Well, I just want to clarify. Is this your source?
I'm just telling you. Keep reading.
Because by the way, this is the only study published in any reputable journal.
Do you concede
anywhere on the internet? No, one moment. That concludes men have a higher IQ than women. But see, the big issue with this study is that it compared who the author thought was quote unquote tall men to quote-unquote beautiful women. It says so in the abstract, We suggest that men may have slightly higher intelligence than women through 4 mechanisms. A sort of mating of intelligent men and beautiful women, sort of mating of tall men and beautiful women, and an extrinsic correlation between height and intelligence produced by mechanisms 1 and 2. So what they did is the author found men who he subjectively believed to be intelligent and tall, had them take IQ tests, and then compared those IQ tests of who he subjectively thought to be a beautiful woman. It is literally one of the worst studies ever published in any journal ever. And
so
this study has been used for years by misogynistic idiots to try to argue that men have a higher IQ than women. Literally years ago,
more emotional.
3 years ago, I had a conversation with this shithead named RC, and he actually cited this study, and that's where I learned about this study. And I've noticed that every single time I have a conversation with a guest about who the more intelligent gender is, every single misogynist that will argue men are more intelligent than women will always go back to referencing this study. So do you concede your claim that men are more intelligent than women? Then provide me evidence for it.
I literally just showed you. You literally read 4 blobs that told you men are more intelligent than women.
So that's just simply
more emotional.
That's simply
if you
not.
Look up,
no,
look up
Robert. That's simply not true. So we read through 5 blobs based on AI responses on the internet. By the way, that's completely unreliable and not a source. So I'm not even going to use the responses of those AI generated blobs to even justify my own counterposition. But anyways, out of those 5 AI blobs that we looked at, 4 of them said that there was no coherent difference in the standardized IQ test scores between men and women. And then the one of the 5 blobs that did claim men were more intelligent than women cited a study in which I just debunked. So actually, so far in the conversation, you haven't been able to provide any evidence for your claim that men are more intelligent than women. If anything, we've been able to expose how the quote-unquote evidence that exists is completely false.
I've actually proven more than you have. I haven't seen a single study.
So then once again, what is your evidence? If you've proven it, what evidence have you demonstrated?
What is your evidence?
So you're the one making the claim, not me. So you're the one that has to supply evidence. You're attempting to burden shift. You're the one that affirmed the positive claim that men are more intelligent than women. You're the one that has to provide evidence for it. And now you're telling me that I denied your evidence.
Don't be disingenuous.
I did deny your evidence, and I gave you an explanation of why I denied your evidence.
Yeah, and you're being disingenuous.
Okay,
Who
so
cries
then refute my explanation of why the study is false.
Who's more emotional and cries more?
Well, we'll happily move on. I think that men are more emotional than average on women. But before we move on to the next claim, let's not pivot away from the first one. Could you please repeat the explanation of why I gave you that this study is false, and then debunk the explanation that I gave you insofar as why this study is false, Robert?
I already have.
I don't think you have. Chat, has he?
I believe I have. I've seen W. Roberts.
Has he?
People realize
has Robert,
I was correct.
Has Robert debunked the explanation of why that study is false? No, it looks like people are saying no. So why don't you go ahead and do it again?
I hope your chat agrees with you. If they don't, they're not going to be very good fucking followers.
So how about you try to debunk it again?
I've already debunked it. I said look it up, and you looked it up, and every single blog told you.
Every single blob told me?
Yeah.
How much money do you want to bet? $100?
I'm not betting money. You don't need any more money, dude.
Why? No, let's bet $100.
I don't need to bet you nothing.
Do you know why you won't bet? Because I could just go back to the blobs. First blob says neither sex has a higher IQ. Second blob says neither sex has a higher IQ. Third blob said, one moment, third blob says some studies say males, some studies say females. And then fourth blob says men. And then that was the study that I did.
Right. So
do you concede the claim, Robert, do you concede the claim, Robert, do you concede the claim that every single blob off of Google demonstrated that men have a higher IQ than women? Do you concede that claim? Can you recognize that claim of yours was false?
Do you concede that every single time you always...
Don't pivot.
No, this is not a
Don't pivot. Yes, you are attempting to pivot.
I'm
putting pressure. Robert, I'm putting pressure. Robert, I'm putting pressure. Robert, I'm putting pressure on the claim that you made that you're running away from right now. The reason why the claim that you made that was false is that you claimed men are more...
Just admit when you're wrong. You don't have to be correct every single time.
Says the guy that cannot provide any evidence for the claim that you made that men are more intelligent than average. Robert, please. Okay, what's the evidence on screen that men are more intelligent than women?
You literally read it off multiple times. Keep reading those. Keep reading those.
Are you
Just
saying
keep
that this
clicking
is this
into them.
the evidence?
Nope. Go to the next one.
Wait. But you told me all the blobs on screen said that men have a higher IQ than women.
Keep scrolling.
So we're looking at this blob. Does it say that men have a higher IQ on average than women?
I can't really see. You got. It says neither makes nor females have a higher average.
Okay, so does it say that men are more intelligent than women, Robert?
Not on that one.
Oh, but you said all the blobs said that men are more intelligent than women.
Okay, you're just being disingenuous. Obviously,
no, I'm not being disingenuous.
That
You repeated 3 times that
already
all the
read it
blobs
out,
said that men are more intelligent than women. And you know what, Robert? I'm actually done trying to find your evidence for you because we just spent 20 minutes on Google together trying to find any and all evidence for your claim to be true. After 20 minutes of that back and forth, we've come up with nothing. So I actually am going to place that burden on you, which is the default per the rules and expectations and norms of debate. It is now your task to provide me evidence of your claim. So, Robert, what evidence can you point towards that men are more intelligent on average than women? Because if you cannot point us towards any evidence, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to concede that claim.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to have to back out of the app because that's the only thing I can do.
Just go on pause. Don't run away. By the way, guys, he's not going to be able to find any evidence. And this is the funny part. He is the counter-argument to his own claim. He's a man claiming that men are very logical and rational, non-emotional creatures. Meanwhile, women are the submissive, emotional followers. Meanwhile, the only evidence that exists for what he believes would be his emotions. The only evidence that exists for what he believes would be his emotions. That's funny as hell. Over on Super Chat, thank you so much for the $50 strawberry thick cake. I'm just going to call you Strawberry. Strawberry, thank you so much for the $50. I want to see 500 strawberry W's down below. Who says, hey, Dean, thought you might find this funny, but every time my 3-year-old son sees Trump, he says, not Donald Trump again, please. PU, that's gross. Oh, my goodness. I love your son. That is so awesome, Strawberry. Please tell me that you've shared that with like all of your friends. That is epic. Thank you so much for the $50. Please show some love to Strawberry in that chat. Thank you. That's an awesome, awesome story. Over on PayPal, Serena, thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Serena W's. Serena with the 20 says, hey, Dean, it's been a while since I've donated. Just turned 19 today. Hope you're doing well. Happy 19th birthday, Serena. That's super exciting. Judith, thank you for the 50 cents. Elizabeth, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Jennifer with the $5. Thank you. And then Lucilia, thank you so much for the $6 who says, Cam, again, just want to let you know my birthday is in 2 hours. Cam, come back in 2 hours from now. I'd love to give you a birthday shout out. That's super exciting. I'd assume that you probably have something
Dean.
else to do. One moment, you're going to have to wait for me to finish thanking all the donors. Sit down. Good boy. On Venmo, thank you, Taylor, for the $1. I appreciate you.
Why do you try to
thank you for the $25. Sit down. Thank you. Oh, well, I try to belittle people who attempt to belittle others.
Yeah, because you try to feel like you're a big boy, but you're not a big boy.
No, I just tried to give energy to those that give that energy to others.
I haven't been disrespectful once, have I?
Oh, yeah. No, I swear to God that you disrespected no one when you told us that you support a rapist as president because the alternative was women and women can't lead. No one was disrespected in that statement. No one was disrespected. Okay, therefore, it's just my opinion that you should sit down, shut up, and be quiet like a good little boy so I could finish thanking the donors.
Hey,
Joseph, thank you for the 25. Wow, that was quite emotional of you. Are you crashing out? Robert, you're a man. You're not supposed to be emotional according to your own norms. If you're going to make an argument that men aren't emotional, then you have to at least try your best to like LARP as a rational, logical person and not crash out about your anger. Listen, buddy, don't put another hole in your wall because you got beat on the internet by somebody, I don't know,
half talking about your life experiences,
you sound about 50 years old and still living
like
in
father,
the mom's
like
basement.
son. You still support MAGA.
You're talking about fathers.
Yeah, your father.
You're talking about fathers. Is that like what you'd like to be one day? Well, in order to be a father one day as a straight man, you first have to convince a woman to love you. And honestly, you might have better luck hiking Mount Everest. Now I'm going to go back to thanking the donors.
21-year-old.
Joseph, thank you so much for the $25. Please do show some love to Joseph down below in that comment section who says, look up the margin of error in IQ test. 3 points isn't statistically significant. So true. Lisa, thank you so much for the $65 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love and support, Lisa. Let's get 650 Lisa W's down below. Thank you so much, Lisa. That is incredibly kind of you. Show some massive love to Lisa down below. Lisa with the 65 says, thank you so much for always always championing women. These men on your lives often make me irate and disgusted with their misogyny and ignorance. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for putting them in their place. Love, this Gen X mama who's so proud of you. Well, thank you, Lisa. I love to put misogynistic POSs in their place. It is literally my favorite pastime. Thank you for the $65. Show some love to Lisa. And Cass, thank you for the galaxies. Same thing to Amanda. Thank you for the $10. She says, this guy's really annoying me and the sky's blue. Amanda, so true. And then Laura, thank you for the $75 donation on Venmo. What? That is craziness. Show some massive love to Laura. I don't deserve a penny of that. That is so much fucking money. Huge shout out to Laura down below. Laura with the 75 says, haven't been here for a while. Thanks for still speaking the truth. Laura, you are the all-time GOAT. Thank you. You are awesome. Please show some love to Laura down below. Holy crap. And then DK, thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat, who says the impasse on gender differences in intelligence and meta-analysis on WISC batteries, Springer Natural article, disproves his point. They reviewed 79 studies involving over 46,000 children and found no meaningful difference in the IQ between boys, girls, men, and women. Oh, thank you for that great meta-analysis, DK. I'm sure I'll be citing that in the future. We're going to go ahead and let the dog off his leash. Go ahead and give me the evidence you found to corroborate your claim that men are more intelligent than women on average.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to ask you a quick question, and then I will tell you. So you typically say women always have higher IQ, typically, correct?
Yeah, on average. And I actually can see that claim after looking at the meta-analysis provided by DK and as well as my own independent research.
Yeah, you got to blow your vape outside of the camera. You're going to get a fucking restriction for that. Be a little bit more smarter about it.
Cool, thanks, bro. It's an anxiety pin. Go ahead.
It's an anxiety pin. What were you saying?
Oh, yeah. So I said in the past I have claimed that women have a higher IQ on average in comparison to men. But I actually concede that claim after looking at the meta-analysis provided by DK as well as my own independent research. I've rather concluded that there's no meaningful distinction in the IQ.
We both concede then. So we both actually come to an agreement and we both take accountability, correct?
Oh, shit. So you don't think that men are better at leading than women then?
I would say, based off what we have read, listen, no, don't hyperfixate on this. But what I'm saying is we both concede that nor men or women, right? We both learned something, correct?
Yeah. So you concede the claim that men are better at leading than women, right?
I'll concede on that point specifically.
Oh, do you have like other points why you think men are better at leading than women? Like the fact that you said that they're more emotional?
I believe men are more, men will take more risks. Which can have pros and cons.
Yeah, how do you know that men are disposed to take more rational risks? Because you're right, studies do indicate that men definitely are more predisposed towards risk-taking, but I would say that's because of an overabundance of irrational risk-taking. This is the reason why I think that men are guilty of 92% of violent crimes. Men are significantly more likely than women to drunk drive, significantly more likely than women to recklessly drive, significantly more likely than women to make bad investments in the short term in the stock market, significantly more likely than women to start wars, and significantly more likely than women to gamble.
And so that's what I'm saying. There's pros and cons.
Do you have any evidence here that when we account for irrational risk-taking, which we would say is actually a negative attribute that we don't want to see in a leader, that men are more predisposed towards rational risk-taking?
This is my personal thoughts. It is what it is. And I feel like Kamala, if she would have had more time.
Her name.
Well, okay, you guys always like say Donald Dump and this shit, whatever, who cares? But what I was gonna say is, like, I mean, Kamala didn't really put herself out there. She didn't have a long time to run, so she didn't have a lot to.
Oh, you're
pivoting. Voice a lot. Oh, that's fine. We
no, it's not fine. Either go ahead and concede your claim that men are better at leading than women, or respond to my refutation of your claim that men are better at leading than women because they're more likely to engage in risk taking.
We already conceded about the men being better leaders than women. We both agree.
Wait, I didn't concede anything.
Yes,
about
you did.
You men
said
being better leaders than women, or women being better leaders than men. Because I've never held on to the perspective that either men were better at leading than women, or women are better at leading than men.
Yes, you have.
No.
Yes, you have.
No.
I have heard you multiple times say that you think Kamala should be better because she's whatever. I'll just call her Harris. But yeah, you always say Harris is better because she would have a higher IQ, this and that, and
what?
She's less emotional, which women actually
also
cry up more on average than men.
Okay, and men kill themselves more on average than women.
Yeah, I see. So you're just comparing like things one to another. Like, so
Well,
essentially, we're both probably
well,
wrong.
what do you think is more indicative of high levels of emotion? Maybe.
So I think neither or is.
Maybe it is true that women cry more than men because instead men bottle up their emotions and then lash out once it gets extreme through self-unaliving statistics, crime rates, so on and so forth, right? And I'd actually say that this is a product of the system promoted by men like you that say men aren't supposed to be emotional. So it is a self-repeating
well, that's a lie, because I was up with Parker yesterday and I explained to him
loops.
how men should be able to display their emotions, and he agreed with me on that.
Yeah, but then when you say that women are more emotional than men and for that reason men are better at leading, you are actively counteracting your point that men should display their emotions more.
I'm not saying they should, but they could. Why can't they? I agree that you should be able to display your emotions. Why can't you?
Once again, I'm literally just going to repeat the last claim I made. When you also say that men are better at leading than women because they're less emotional, you're actively counteracting the point that men should display their emotions more, because the propagation of such claims of women being more irrational, more submissive, and more emotional, and for that reason we should subjugate them to oppression, is what has led to men not expressing their emotions and rather bottling them up internally.
Yeah, no, I can see absolutely your point on that. 100%.
Okay, so you completely concede the basis of the claim that you came up here to debate. Thank you for letting me know I still got it.
I don't know. Do you still got it? Hey, why haven't
I just got you to concede.
Actually,
so do you still support Trump?
Why haven't you gone back and debated Arias on the abortion? You left. You were on your Anthony account.
Who's Arias?
Yeah, you went up and debated him on abortion, and then you said you had to come back.
I'm always debating random people on my
right.
hidden account.
And you had to concede, and you're gonna go back. You said, but it's been like a month.
Listen, I understand that, like, because I said I don't know who you're talking
you.
about.
I'm just
that you can make like random claims that you had to concede.
Like this.
I don't think I've ever had to concede.
I agree. You're correct.
Okay, thanks for the question. The answer is I don't even know who you're talking about. So let's go ahead and go back to the topic. Now that you conceded that men are better at leading than women, do you still support Trump?
And then you left?
I doubt it. I doubt that clip even exists. But let's stay on topic.
100%. Can
cool, bro.
Can you add me back and I can send you the clip?
We're here to debate about Trump, bro. Feel free to post that clip everywhere and do that on your own time. But here we're here to debate about Trump. So go ahead and tell us why you support Trump, or if you even still do support Trump, because you told us that you support Trump because you think that men are better at leading than women. But now you've essentially conceded that claim. So the question remains: do you still support Trump, Robert?
Yes, I do.
Why?
I just think he's a good speaker. He's a great speaker.
Yeah,
he actually
that great speaking ability of like uncontrollably moaning on stage, talking about sharks and batteries.
No, you're disingenuous. The moaning on stage. He was grunting. That's what happens when you fucking lift weights, and that's what happens when you impersonate a trans woman trying to lift weights. That's what he was doing on stage.
What?
That's what he was doing.
Well, I actually kind of think that this makes us worse. You're telling us that our president was uncontrollably moaning on stage because he was trying to impersonate a trans woman. Yeah,
if that's what you consider,
lost his fucking mind.
You've never heard what a fucking moan is, dude.
He's lost it. If what you're telling us is true,
that's called.
If the president of the United States of America was uncontrollably moaning on stage because he was trying to, quote unquote, impersonate a trans woman, this guy's a fucking lunatic. This guy should be nowhere near the Oval Office, nowhere near the nuclear codes, nowhere near partial control of the United States of America. But you're telling me that this is actually the reason why you think he's good. How about this? What's one way that America is better off today than it was in 2024 at the end of the Biden-Harris administration?
Too many ways, man. What would you like me to
start
with?
Easy to name one.
What would you like me to start with?
Really any one way that America is better off today than it was at the end of the Biden-Harris administration in 2024?
Like deporting all the immigrants that causing crime.
Well, that might
actually. Have you seen DC?
One moment.
How much crime is in DC right now?
That's not an example of something that would be better off today. You might be able to make that claim to say it's made something better off, but that in of itself wouldn't be the result, it'd be the cause. But I mean, even that claim is wrong. You're saying that they're deporting all the undocumented immigrants that cause all the crimes. The first response that I'll give you here is, well, in fact, the average undocumented immigrants is 2.5 times less likely than the average American citizen to cause or aka commit a violent crime in American soil. And then the second claim that I'll make here is the fact that the Trump administration has actually been deporting undocumented immigrants that actually do cause crime, i.e. those convicted of violent crimes, at significantly lower proportions than previous Democratic administrations. Only around 5% of the deportations under Trump have been of those with violent crimes on the record. Meanwhile, upwards of 20% under Obama. So do you concede the claim that the Trump administration is, quote unquote, deporting all of the undocumented immigrants that, quote unquote, cause all the crime?
I do not concede because...
So then give a counter argument to the two objections I just stated.
The fact that when you have immigrants leaving that are causing any crime whatsoever, that's going to obviously reduce the amount of crime.
Oh, wait, so you've changed your claim. So you do concede the first claim, right? Now that you've changed it?
Wait, what am I conceding on?
The fact that previously you said that he's deporting the immigrants that cause all the crime, and now you're saying he's deporting immigrants that cause any amount of crime. Those two claims are massively different.
Okay, yeah. The one is like any crime, specifically
so
any crime.
You concede the first claim about immigrants causing all the crime, right?
Unnoticed. There's a
so I
lot
just want
of
to clarify.
I just want to
clarify. Are you conceding? Are you conceding your first claim? Are you conceding your first claim that the Trump administration is deporting immigrants that cause all the crime? Do you concede that?
No, they.
So you think that undocumented immigrants cause all the crime?
No, not all. No, okay.
So then you do concede your claim that Donald Trump is deporting undocumented immigrants that cause all the crime.
You know what I meant.
Well, what did you mean? Because I just took you for what you said.
Okay, they don't actually... Every single bit of crime. There's not one person in America that ever commits a crime.
So then what did you mean to say?
What I meant to say was he's reducing the amount of crime.
Okay. Well, actually, I don't think that's true.
Look at DC, for example.
The reason why, well, we're not
going
to
on
look,
in DC?
We're not going to look at a 50-mile like radius of one area in a country that contains 340 million people. We're going to be looking at the country as a whole. So looking at the country as a whole, you're right, crime rates have gone down. Point number one, this is just following a trend set forth under Biden. Murder rates went down by 15% in 2024 and 12% in 2023. And then the second claim that I'll make here is because of how bad Donald Trump has been for the economy, causing reduced GDP growth, reduced rate growth in real median wages, the worst jobs report in 20 years ignoring recessions, the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years. He's materially increasing poverty. And because we know that poverty leads to crime, he is thereby materially enacting an upward pressure on crime. And by the way, this is exactly what you would expect from a criminal, which is my last point, is that you're a hypocrite. You can't claim to be anti-crime and then support Trump, who is an adjudicated 34-count felon, who is an adjudicated rapist, who is an adjudicated fraudster, and has pardoned violent criminals such as the J6 rioters that attempted to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol and then went to jail, or has basically has been able to sold pardons to people like Mr. Zhao, who is the billionaire founder of Binance, who pled guilty to violating money laundering laws, who then was let out of jail by Trump after Binance provided free engineering support to help build Trump's family's World Liberty financial crypto platform.
Do you have proof
for them
all
get a
of this?
$2 billion UAE investment.
Genuinely, do you actually have proof for all of this?
Yeah, the proof for the claim that he pardoned violent J6 rioters who tried to kill cops would just be his day one pardons in 2025. I'd particularly reference you cases like DJ Rodriguez, who drove a stun gun, aka a taser, into Officer Fanone's neck on the steps of the Capitol. That gave Officer Fanone a heart attack, and then Officer Fanone went to jail. And then, of course, DJ Rodriguez was arrested and went to court for this. After being presented with the body camera footage from Officer Fanone's perspective, literally showing DJ Rodriguez driving the stun gun into his neck, DJ Rodriguez then just simply pled guilty to it and went to jail for 10 years. Then Trump gave him a full and complete presidential pardon.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that at all. He pardoned every single one of these violent people.
Yeah, every single one of them. Everybody, everyone.
And can you prove? Is there a chance you could prove, like his felonies or like Like,
why do I need to prove it? A unanimous jury of 12 already did.
it was 12. I thought there was 9.
That's for civil courts, my friend. You asked me about his felonies. The felonies were in a criminal court.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably not going to be supporting him very much longer, considering I've been hearing a lot on him. I haven't seen a shit ton of proof, but I should probably look into it more. I will admit he's not the most perfect guy.
I know
Definitely
rapists tend to not be perfect.
Is that proven though? Is that literally proven?
Yeah, once again, the unanimous verdict of a jury of 9.
And these weren't like specifically like people completely against Donald Trump. Like these weren't like Democrats.
Yeah. In fact, one of the jurors was a Republican that was pro-Trump. And Eugene Carroll's attorneys tried to get this juror ejected from the jury because they thought that this pro-Trump Republican was going to fuck everything up and rule that he was innocent, even though there's evidence, because that's what a lot of Trump supporters do. But then the attorneys of Donald Trump protested that motion and said that simple political bias is not grounding for jury ejection. And because he had some of the best lawyers ever, of course, the judge then agreed with him. And that juror stayed on the jury and still agreed he was guilty. And you can actually find an article
that's
going
hard
over
for
all
me to
this,
disagree
because this was in
9
all
people.
unsealed court filings through reporting on Politico.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, it's hard to it's hard to side against a juror when there's that many against Trump, right? So
True.
yeah, I do not support that at all. So therefore, I definitely redact my support for Trump. For that specific reason, I would say I don't support him doing any of that. Like,
Wow.
with the no, he can't be no.
Wow. Well, hey man, I hope you keep on listening. It's pretty.
Do you
honestly
think JD Vance
surprising.
would be any better for 2028? Because I like I'm a big on like Republican. Do you have like any suggestions? Or is there a way? Like I just want more insight.
JD Vance knows everything that I just told you and much more because he is Trump's right-hand man, and it still stands by him and argues that he's the greatest president in American history. For that reason, we should be able to agree that JD Vance's thought processes are compromised.
Yeah, okay, I agree. I'll agree. I 100% will agree with you.
Listen, man, continue to listen to the live stream. In 40 minutes, apparently, we got you from saying that men are better at leading than women. That's why you're pro-Trump.
Is there a specific
that there's not one gender that's better at leading, and you're anti-Trump and anti-JD Vance. Keep on listening to the stream, bro.
Would you suggest any any person from my side as for someone I could vote for?
I think that you should vote for progressives who are further left than the Democratic Party. But if you're going to vote for any Republican, vote for Thomas Massie.
Okay, but is he affiliated with Trump? Because
no, he's actually not. He's actually not. I don't like Massie, but comparing Massie to literally every other Republican, he looks like a fucking Boy Scout. So I'm gonna go to move on to the next guest.
Yeah, no problem. You take care, Dean. Appreciate you.
Let's go to get the next Trump supporter in the stream. I'm really surprised that we're able to change that guy's mind. Wow. Honestly, I'd have to say that that's one of the more impressive conversions. Sorry, not impressing. What am I saying? Impressive conversions that we have literally ever been able to pull off on the live stream. Once again, we got that guy from saying that men are better at leading than women, therefore Trump is a good president, to saying that he completely disavows Trump, disavows JD Vance, and seemingly disavows any Republican that is still affiliated with Trump. That is definitely the most impressive conversion on my live ever. Wow. Honestly, a little bit unbelievable. We're going to go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now. Wow, man. You know, that really serves as a testament to the efficacy of these lives. Genuinely. That last conversation serves as a massive testament to the efficacy of what we're doing. Welcome in. Derek, do you support Trump?
I do not.
All right, Derek, no worries, dude. I'm not going to ban you just because I probably didn't have the rules on screen like right before I accepted you. For everybody who's inside of that queue, please only hop inside of the box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If you are not following those rules, no worries. Just stay out of that queue, because if you do join that queue and you are not an American adult that's pro-Trump, I am going to ban you. I hate doing that, but we got to just to ensure that we could get some debates rolling. John Barry Lee, do you support Trump?
Yes, I love his orange chip.
Let's go to get that next guest banned, by the way. Alyssa connected on Super Chat. Thank you, Brendan, for the 20 Canadian dollars, he says. There are no official or single quote-unquote highest IQ today because the Guinness World Records officially retired the quote-unquote highest IQ category in 1990. They cited that IQ tests are too inconsistent and unreliable. No, I absolutely agree with you. They're very unreliable. Yeah, I agree 110%. Thanks for the $20 though. I really appreciate you. Christian with the $2 says Marco Rubio could be the one. Yeah, the one for like the least charismatic. No, let me repeat myself. Yeah, the one for a politician with the least amount of charisma. Honestly, Marco Rubio, he'll probably end up running, and he'll probably get swept by the Dem. Can't wait to see it. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh, wait. I did not know I was in the queue. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm going to ban you. Banned! Moving on to the next guest, we got John S. connecting. On PayPal, Brandon, thank you for the $10, who says, just showing support. Can we also agree that burden shifting greatly weakens debate positions? Absolutely. At the beginning of that last debate, that guy was burden shifting like hell, but we kept on calling him out on it, and then I think he checked himself. Judith, thank you for the 50 cents. Luna, thank you for the $3, and I appreciate you for letting me know if he did that. I completely missed it. And Elizabeth, thank you for the $3. I don't mind. Feel free. Welcome in. John, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. This is my first ever TikTok live call, so that's pretty fun.
Nice. John, howdy, dude.
I'm 26, just turned 26 about a month ago.
Happy late birthday.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Give me a moment here to thank a couple people, then liking the floor will be yours. Lindsay, thank you for the $5, who says, W's for getting them to see the light on his emotional support billionaire. No, that was good. Mackenzie, thank you for the $1. Isabel, thank you for the $1. And Christian, Christin, thank you for the $20, who says, hey, Dean, just wanted to say that we love your content. I got super frustrated when he talked shit about women and it thinks that we're just one superior sex. Robert, just concede. He did concede, dude. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Christian, as well as George, Jorge. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. George, wow, man. That is a massive donation. Thank you so much. I don't deserve that. $50 sure as hell goes a long way where I'm from. I appreciate you. I'm going to be spending that on the little date I'm taking my girlfriend out to tonight. Thank you for the $50. Let's show some massive love to George in that chat. George with the 50 says, mental health after MAGA women. Dude, yeah, I'm still fucking recovering from that debate. Jesus, thank you for the $50. Same thing to Natasha. Thank you so much for the $20, who says, thank you for spreading political awareness. Please wish me luck on my medical exam tomorrow. I wish you the best of luck, Natasha. I have a sister trying to get into med school. I know how hard they are. Best of luck, seriously. Thank you for the $20. Serena with the $10 says, good to see you. Good to see you too, Serena. I hope you've been well. And then Taylor with a $1. With all that being said, we're all caught up. If you want to support me, if you want to support the streams, if you're like, hey, I like what this guy's doing, and I want to be able to help enable him to continue to do it for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and my TikTok account. You can find it through clicking my profile picture in the top left-hand corner, then clicking on it again, then clicking view TikTok profile. You could also find it in the pin message over on YT, as well as the handles at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E, and my last name, Withers. John, thanks for your patience, man. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
Yeah, no problem. So I kind of look at it from three lenses. I'd say the first is I find that the current state of politics is kind of captured by ideology on both sides. I mean, it's very easy to see for you guys on the woke right. We see Nick Fuentes. We see how popular that's becoming, especially online. I'm Jewish, so I see kind of the anti-Semitism all over the right. Like, that's for sure. And I think Trump kind of is a bulwark against that to some extent. And then on the left, I don't think it's that, surprising for somebody to look at it and say that there's been a capture by political correctness, by grand political theory that kind of requires struggle sessions, that requires kind of uniformity. And I'm kind of a conservative person who grew up in LA, live in Austin now, so I kind of see that and experience that, like how it manifests on the left. So I think on both sides you have these poles of ideology, and I think while
Can I hop in here?
Yeah, go for it.
Just comparing the two issues that you just gave us. You said on the far right you got Nazis. Maybe like somewhere on the far left, not all the time, but in some cases, you have quote unquote political correctness, which I would just describe as like purity testing. Okay. Right. Which, like, by the way, to an extent, I agree with you. I just think that that accounts for a very small minority of people on the left, and the majority of the people on the left don't do that quote unquote purity testing. But I will tell you, every single day, every single hour of every single day, every single minute of every single hour of every single day, I will take bad faith purity tests over Nazis. What about you?
I think it depends on what the purity tests are about. I think when the purity tests are about, I think it does, of course. I mean,
give me an example of a bad faith purity test that you see prevalent in, like, once again, smaller communities on the left that you would find less preferable compared to Nazism.
Well, I don't think that it's, one, a small community, and two, I do view that it can be comparable. If you take far left ideology to its highest point, you get communism and you get deaths and you get 100 million deaths in the 20th century.
I'd rather be a communist than a Nazi. And by the way that a communist would respond to all the deaths from communism is they just say, like, a lot of these deaths are attributed to people like Stalin, right? For instance, but they'd say that Stalin wasn't a communist. Sure, there's like some overlapping of ideals. That's why you have like Stalinist Marxism and whatnot. But ultimately, it was just a bad version of a rejection of capitalism that ultimately like was trash. And then they'll like turn around, they'll look at Stalinists, right? And they'll say that Stalinists are like icky, right? But like, once again, I would happily be a communist over a over a Nazi any day. I would rather believe in a stateless, moneyless society over genocide of 12 million people every single day. Can we agree there?
Well, so here's the thing. I think we can all agree, like, without question, that being a Nazi is bad. It's not an uncomfortable question for the majority of, like, Americans, centrist Americans, center-right Americans, left and far-left Americans. Like, we all agree on that without question. I think the issue becomes communism is acceptable in kind of a confusing way where people will be more willing to accept it and pronounce it publicly and be a part of political groups that support it in a way that they're not afraid to the same extent as the far right. Like, I think Mamdani kind of represents this new, like, bourgeois movement of, like, upper class liberals in New York City.
He's not a communist. He's a socialist.
Well,
he's not a communist.
I mean, how do you describe what, rent freezing is, if not kind of under the umbrella of communism?
Rent freezing under the umbrella of communism? Under the umbrella of communism, there would be no rent. Rent freezing can't possibly be under the umbrella of communism, because under the umbrella of communism, there wouldn't be any rent to freeze.
Well, but we don't live in a communist society. So what you have is, if you are a communist and you're pragmatic, which he obviously is,
no, he's a socialist. Do you know what the difference between socialism and communism is?
Well, sure. Define it for the purpose of our conversation. So you can.
Kind of tells me that you don't. So socialism is just where the workers own the means of production. We'd either see this through worker co-ops with major institutions, or even like just owned publicly through like the embodiment of the people, aka government. But I mean, it of course depends on its implementation through the pragmatics of, well, we live under a capitalist system. So what's the best outcome under a capitalist system for the furtherance of progressive socialist ideals? Maybe that could be described as a democratic socialist, just attempting to reform the system that we have closer to a social democracy, right? That's probably as close as we'd ever get to the ideals and wet dreams of leftists in our lifetimes, is simply social democracy under capitalism. And that's why I actually love Mamdani and love a lot of the DSA candidates that are running across the country, even though I am not a socialist, not a communist, I am a social democrat. It's because we advocate for the same end goal in our lifetimes of social democracy, fighting for the affordability of the average American, and ensuring that no, prices aren't being gouged, people aren't in poverty, and people aren't dying from starvation and lack of housing in the richest country in the face of planet Earth in the history of. of humanity, right? But you're still not really telling me here why you support Trump. Let's get to that argument. Why are you pro-Trump?
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, I feel like you didn't give me enough space to really explain that a pragmatic communist or socialist, somebody who doesn't believe that market solutions are the path to prosperity and flourishing for society, are going to use the tools that they have available to them, such as becoming the mayor of a city and implementing what is possible within the bureaucratic constraint that they exist within. And it seems like rent control is one that he has an ability to enact. Like, obviously, he can't seize the means of production as a mayor. But
base. I'm with it. Base. That's why I said that. You know, I honestly like DSA candidates. I like socialist politicians, and I wish that there was a little bit more coalition building between social democrats like me and leftists across the world. I wish that they didn't hate me as much as they do in some circumstances, because our pragmatic goals are the same. You're just saying that Mamdani is cool as hell. So stop glazing Mamdani for us all and tell us why you support Trump.
Well, the implication of what I'm saying is that, is there any limit on where you would put price controls? You think that the state has absolute responsibility to determine what the correct price should be in any given situation? Like, why stop at rent? What is your reasoning for stopping at rent?
Okay, well, I mean, there's actually reason that underpins price controls when implemented. It's not like it's all arbitrary and just based off of our intuitions. No, I just simply don't think that a free market is always going to generate the most optimal outcomes. And I think in many scenarios, the free market generates grave inefficiencies.
Oh, that's fine. I agree with you.
Okay,
I agree
perfect.
with you. But
if you agree that in many scenarios the free market generates grave inefficiencies, well, then of course the answer to that would be the implementation of controls on the market.
But do you think that somebody like Mamdani and the political coalition that he represents agrees with you that there are limitations on the role of government in setting prices for society? Like, do you really believe that?
Well, we'd have to do a sit-down interview back and forth between me and one specific person within the DSA, because once again, it's not a monolith. People have different ideals in order to determine the answer to that question on an interpersonal basis. But of course, that's not what we're here to do. What we're here to do is to hear why you support Trump.
You can read the platform. I mean, you can look at what they're saying in their interviews.
But by the way, the answer is like, yes. The answer to that question is yes, right? Everybody would support limits on like what the government should and shouldn't be able to control. But I still haven't heard an argument why you support Trump. Yeah, keep in mind how you're running away from the topic of the live stream.
No, fine. No, it's fine. You're right. So I find that ideology, when embodied by a leader, that like a true believer, is what creates the most devastation for civilization in the long term. And that's kind of like why Hitler was so bad, was that he was a reflection of the German people of the time, and a lot of other factors. But a lot of it has to do with he's consumed by ideology, by the Nazi ideology, and uses the civilization as a mechanism to impose the ideology on the rest of the world. So I don't think that Trump is truly ideological. I think he has selfish aims and pragmatic aims, but I don't think that he is consumed by a simplification of a simplified worldview that he wants to enact on the world. Like, I think maybe he's using the presidency to some extent as a tool for his own fame and wealth, but I don't think that he's using it in order to spread like this unique or developed worldview the way like a Marxist candidate might, or the way that like a far right candidate might.
First point, everybody should have a developed worldview in politics. If you don't, then you're an idiot. And let me rephrase that. First point, everybody should have a developed worldview in politics. And if you don't, then you should go get a developed worldview. I'm not going to tell everybody who doesn't have a developed worldview that they're an idiot.
What's the right
worldview? I don't even know if my own worldview is like 100% developed. Second point, if you're telling us that the reason why you support Trump is because he doesn't have a developed worldview, well, you're kind of just telling us that you shouldn't support Trump.
I said he's the least ideological candidate that we had in 2024.
Okay, I don't know how you're using the word ideological. Define the word ideological.
Well, I think I would define, for the purpose of the conversation, as a simplified worldview.
He's the least ideological candidate. He's the least simplified worldview candidate.
Yes. So
what?
Look, so when I talk about
So,
ideology,
so we're just going to replace the word with the definition you granted. You're saying that you support Trump because he is the candidate with the least simplified worldview.
Well, look,
that sounds like gibberish.
I would say, like, when we talk about capitalism, socialism, Marxism, things like that.
I just want to focus on why you support Trump.
Yeah, I'm saying that he is the least consumed by pseudo-religion / religion itself, and I think that the candidates that he was opposed, or / the political movements that he was opposing in his candidacy were more so about ideological ends, ideas of good and evil, rather than pragmatic ends. How to manage a country / in his case,
this
to
is
some extent,
this is all gibberish,
himself.
dude. Everything that you just said, except for the first thing, was gibberish. So the first thing that you said that wasn't gibberish is that he's the least religiously consumed. Well, then why was there an announcement from the Trump administration, literally not even 48 hours ago, that says that we need to reintroduce God back into the country, fighting the divide of church and state, leading to Texas implementing the Christian Bible into the required curriculum of schools in Texas, K through 12, and Texas and Oklahoma putting the scripture back into the schools by posting the 10 Commandments on the wall, plus Donald Trump running on bringing God back to America and depicting himself as God in a post on Truth Social, right? But then everything else that you said was
I have an answer to that.
very gibberish. So what was the second thing that you said about why you support Trump? The second thing that you, after the whole religious thing, what was the second thing you said?
Well, oh God, I first want to clarify that I think the issue that we're going to have in a conversation is that I would view far left progressivism and I would view
I'm done talking about the far left and the far right. No, I want to focus on why you support Trump. Yeah, you gave a second reason. What? How about this? What's your favorite Trump policy?
Well, let me go to the second point and just answer that question, which is...
I'm sorry, bro. We're just going to leave it in the dust. I don't think that you're going to give me an answer I could comprehend.
No, I am. Okay. Favorable. Okay, so I think that he's the most pro-market candidate that was available in 2024 between the two major political parties. And that I think market... Yeah. What? Yeah. What's funny about that?
Yeah, his immigration policy and his tariff policy and his economic policy as a whole definitely refute that claim, but that's why I laughed. So what's your favorite Trump policy?
If I had to think... Well, I mean, I am anti-immigration. Not anti-immigration, that's not the right way to put it, but I wish for, like... I think that he has to enforce the law, and I think that he's done that to the extent that he's been able to.
Through, like, what policy? I'm asking you what your favorite Trump policy is.
In terms of, like, whatever
passed through Congress, legal mechanism he's using, or executive orders.
Whatever executive order he used to begin a reversal of Biden era, like lack of asylum policy and lack of deportation policy.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm reading
his anti-asylum policy has been blocked by courts. There's been a total of 570,000 cases where Donald Trump has attempted to take temporary protected status away from asylum seekers. That's been blocked by federal courts. Second thing is, you said that you're pro-mass deportation. Okay. What is one positive outcome, one material positive outcome of mass deportation on America over the course of the last year and a half?
Well, no, that's why I'm not pro-mass deportation. I'd rather there be some level of deportation. To what extent that is best, I'm not sure.
Okay, hyper-focusing on the word mass, so we're just going to replace the word mass with Trump's. So what is one specific material positive outcome from Trump's deportations over the course of the last year and a half that we've seen in the country?
Well, I mean, you can't narrow that down into like a couple of years. I mean, ultimately, you have to look at the long-term cultural impact, the long-term, You
think it'll be good for our culture in the future?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that's a complicated question that we can't really simplify that quickly.
Well, I'm just asking you to name, like, what are the positive outcomes of this going to be? And if you're saying, well, it's too complicated to quantify any specific positive outcomes, that just seems like a very verbose way to say that you can articulate any positive outcomes. And I'd argue that's because there is none.
Well, I think that when we talk about macro policy, something like deportation of hundreds of thousands of people or trade policy, the effects of these things take years, if not decades, to manifest.
So what are the future effects that are going to manifest from Trump's deportations?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think part of it is you can say directly that there would be an increase in wages for people who are here at the lower end of the income scale. I think that's fair to say.
Okay, well, the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis tells us that immigration actually increases wages by 1 to 2% annually for low-skilled laborers. So it seems like maybe the better option here would be to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship so they could stay here, have more bargaining power, and thereby increasing wages even more.
How does more labor supply increase like the price, the wage of labor?
You're going to have to go read the study from the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. See, somebody asked me to describe the methodology of their study before.
What time frame are you talking about?
Then I said that I couldn't. And then I said the reason why I can't is because it is too complex for me as somebody who doesn't have a degree in economics to understand. And then I actually pulled up the study. I showed it to the live, and the methodology of the study is like so advanced that even like the algebraic equations that they were using or something that I couldn't even like put into like clear spoken language. Like it,
yeah.
I would recommend reading the methodology of that study.
No, I'm happy to. I'm just going to grant you that for the purpose of the conversation, because I'm really not sure. Like, but I think a broader point when we look at like the rise of Trump. And I think when I was reading kind of blogs at the time in 2015, 2016 from people like and Culture, who are kind of like the first people who led to.
I don't want to talk about blogs from 2015.
My point is, do you not agree that there have been cultural impacts that have led to whether or not it's the far right is kind of a consequence of immigration, is it not? Like, is it to any extent at all of a consequence of immigration? Like the fact that we have people who have turned towards the far right, is that not in part because of immigration, of like large-scale immigration of some kind?
Absolutely fucking not. The far right forced immigration. The transatlantic slave trade.
What? Wait, what does that have to do with the
because if your claim was true, that the far right was a consequence of immigration, a response to seeing all the dirty brown and black people destroying our nation, which once again, your claim is just a racist dog whistle. Well, the reason why that's false, is because the far right forced immigration into America. The far right put people in chains, put them on boats, and then forced them to come into this nation. And because that's true, by definition, the far right is not a consequence of immigration. In fact, some immigration, such as the forced immigration we just referenced, is a consequence of the far right.
Wait, you don't think either here in regard to like the political drive for immigration policy and building the wall and things like that have anything to do with mass immigration starting from the 1980s? You think there is no connection at all whatsoever?
Yeah, because the far right existed before the 1980s.
Oh, 100%. I don't disagree with that. But you have to be aware of who is in your country and what these people are going to do when certain political trends play out, right?
Okay. I'm waiting for a reason or an explanation of how this relates to your support in Trump.
Yes. So I think when we look at the candidates in 2024, we just go to Kamala and Trump. I think Kamala, at the very least, was a symbol for like DEI, symbol for immigration.
Because she was a black woman?
No.
Why was she a symbol for DEI?
Well, I think, because of the fact that I can't remember if Biden said it was the Supreme Court justice or the VP who had to be a black woman. He did say that.
No, he said his VP was going to be a woman. And as far as we know, that could have just been a teaser because he had already selected Kamala Harris, but was waiting to win the nomination to publicly announce her.
You really believe that, though? Like, you really believe that he was
I'm saying because it's a plausible explanation. You can't jump from him saying that the VP is going to be a woman to saying, therefore, I'm going to pick a woman with less qualifications than the male counterpart.
About Supreme Court Justice
I don't know
Jackson?
what he said about Supreme Court Justice Jackson, and it could have been, once again, plausibly a teaser at who he's going to pick. And the reason why I'm giving you these plausible explanations is just to describe that it's not necessarily true that because he said this, therefore, he was limiting his open options specifically to women for the sake of more qualified men.
Well, don't you think he should? Like, isn't that kind of something you believe in? That he should limit to women, or that people do need more representation, things like that?
I think that representation is good. That's not what I said. You just equivocated on what I said.
No, I didn't
what
say
I
that's
said
what you said. I'm saying
was that
what you believe.
what he
Isn't that what you
said doesn't mean that therefore he was going to pick a less qualified woman at the expense of a more qualified man. And then you're like, oh, Dean, so you don't want more representation? I don't think more representation means picking underqualified candidates that fill quotas such as race or gender. I would say the true representation of this spin and twist on DEI is something that, in fact, we only see from the Trump administration. You know, picking underqualified judges with no experience on the bench just because he knows they'll be MAGA loyalists, picking very corrupt, the 400 Republican judges that he installed after he fired 400 liberal judges.
How do you know that
hadn't served as one day on a bench?
You're unwilling to say that you could judge the policies and philosophical viewpoints of the DSA people that you were talking about before.
Because not a single one of those judges had spent a moment on the bench before. They were all lawyers who had never served as a judge before, and he picked them specifically because they'd be loyalist to his agenda.
I mean,
Whereas
underqualified,
his underqualified head of the DOW now, who had never served as a top-ranking military official and is actually just kind of a drunk idiot who's leaked signal group chats multiple times and doesn't care about committing war crimes, or his underqualified Attorney General of the DOJ, Pam Bondi, who failed in function of being the Attorney General by refusing to follow the law and breaking the law and violating the Epstein Files Transparency Act by refusing to release the files, or his replacement for underqualified Bondi with underqualified, what the fuck is his name? Todd Blanche, who was on camera saying that he was in love with Trump, and is now doing the same thing Pam Bondi did by breaking the law and attempting to pursue trivial indictments with no grounding for them whatsoever. We've never seen a more underqualified cabinet and presidential administration than the Trump administration that we see today. And of course, you, as a supporter of the Trump administration, are whining about people on the left being underqualified. That's funny.
Well, I didn't whine about it, and I want to take the conversation back to what we were talking about before. I asked you a question, which is, don't you think that we should have a black woman vice president for the purposes of having a black woman vice president, something like that?
And then you asked me that question in response to me saying that representation does not mean picking underqualified candidates in preference to.
If they were exactly equal, except their race and gender were different, would you prefer a candidate be a black woman?
Yeah, if black women are underrepresented, which they absolutely have been in positions of government, 110%.
So if two people, what is the line that you're willing to draw with that, though? I mean, if you can expand that to infinite number of personality.
Why are you asking me this question instead of responding to my explanation of how the Trump cabinet is incredibly underqualified? It just seems like you're running away from the debate about the administration you support to rather just prod at my ideological seemings as it relates to my belief that there should be adequate representation of government insofar as the constituents that they represent.
Yeah,
this whole time, by the way, I just want to clarify, the whole time, the reason why the viewers have dropped by over 2,000 since you joined is because you have spent maybe 5 seconds talking to me about the admin that you support, but upwards of 30 minutes talking about communists, socialists, Nazis, and DEI. And every single time I give you a counter argument to your claim about the reasons why you support Trump, well, you instead opt to completely ignore those counter arguments and attempt to prod at something else. Maybe I'd be down to have a conversation with you about representation in government and why that's important. After you could respond to the points that I brought up before you attempted to pivot, relating to why the Trump administration is so underqualified.
Yeah. Well, you asked me one question, and then you went on a tangent and asked me a different question. Let me go back to the first question: why it matters.
This is exactly what I. No. You're lying. You just said that you asked me this question about why representation matters in the government before I went on the explanation of why the Trump administration is underqualified. Sir, that's a lie. I gave you the explanation of why the Trump administration and many of their cabinet officials are very underqualified and were picked based upon political loyalty instead of qualifications. And then you followed that up by attempting to redirect the conversation insofar as prodding me and my beliefs about why representation is important in the government. Don't lie about the order of exchange dialogue in our conversation. Please go ahead and respond to the explanation I granted.
Yeah, the issue is you're doing kind of like a debate trick where we were having a conversation about one thing, then you redirected it to something else and asking me kind of a factual question about 500 people. Like I want to answer the question about why it matters to me, about why it matters to me.
Listen,
why it matters
I
to
did
me
not
that
redirect the
race and
conversation.
gender
You redirected the conversation. You are the one that brought up, quote unquote, DEI. Then I gave you an explanation about how that's not necessarily true as it relates to Biden's pick. And then I went on to say, if you want to know who truly are the politicians who were picked, not because of their merit, but rather because of something else, it would be the members of Trump's cabinet and Trump in of himself. And then I gave you a very good, invested, and nuanced explanation of why that's true that you then attempted to redirect away from by prodding my notions about why I think that representation is important in government.
You cherry-picked 5 people, and you were reading off a screen to give characteristics about them or their prepackaged
Unfortunately, I wasn't reading off of a screen. And when you say cherry-picked 5 people, you mean some of the most important people in America?
Oh, you know what's
you mean
important?
the closest
The
members of the
United
Trump
States.
administration?
You know what's important? The Vice President of the United States and a Supreme Court Justice
that we definitely know was qualified, by the way. The Vice President that we definitely know was qualified, more qualified than the president you support.
She wasn't elected to become the presidential candidate through any kind of primary system.
Oh,
That's
so
ridiculous.
true. Oh, so true. So just because you refused to, so true. Just because you refused to vote for her because of propaganda and lies, thereby means that she wasn't qualified.
Biden
The same way that because 90% of humans over the course of human history thought that the Earth was flat, therefore the Earth was flat. But if rather the point that you're attempting to make here, because Biden dropped out 107 days before the race, blame Biden, not Harris, and this doesn't dispute her qualifications. We know that she was How so?
They said that it was because she was a black woman that they selected her to be vice president in the first place. And we know from the conversations of the people in the party at the time that the most important aspects of the candidates that they were selecting had to do with race and gender, which is why Supreme Court Justice Jackson was selected in the first place, according to the President Biden.
You know what, John? You have a good point. The reason why she was a qualified presidential candidate, swear to God, had nothing to do with the fact that she spent a lifetime in government, had nothing to do with the fact that she was the DA of San Fran, but rather the fact that she was a black woman, had nothing to do with the fact that she was the AG of the state of California, but rather because she was a black woman, had nothing to do with the fact that she was a senator of California, but rather because she was a black woman, had nothing to do with the fact that she was a vice president of the United States of America, but rather to do with the fact that she's a black woman, had nothing to do with the fact that she worked alongside Biden to pass some of the best policy in modern American history, like the Chips and Science Act that created 500,000 jobs in 3 years and caused $2 trillion worth of private investment, but rather because she was a black woman. Worked with him to pass the infrastructure bill, the PACT Act. As I already pointed out, the Chips and Science Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, had nothing to do with that, but rather to do with the fact that she was a black woman. Had nothing to do with the policy that she ran on, like tax cuts for 120 million Americans in the working class, in contrast to Trump's policy that has reduced the purchasing power of the working class, according to the CPPP, but rather because she was a black woman. Had nothing to do with the fact that she ran on recodifying federal protections for every woman and girl's access to abortion in every single one of our 50 states, because not only do women have a human right to access abortion, but also pro-life legislation destroys families, increases poverty, reduces education, reduces wages, but rather because she was a black woman. And nothing to do with the fact that when we look at character, a character was better because unlike Trump, she wasn't a rapist. Unlike Trump, she wasn't a proud admitted sexual exploiter. Unlike Trump, she wasn't willing to start a war in another country by choice, destroying her own economy, but rather because she's a black woman. Unlike Trump, wasn't mentioned in the Epstein files a million times. Unlike Trump, didn't have a credible accusation from a minor in the files that was abused by Epstein, but rather because she was a black woman. Do you see how fucking stupid you sound? I also want to specify here that if you want to accuse me of steamrolling, you'd be absolutely fucking right. Obviously, I'm steamrolling. I just named off upwards of 25 different qualifications that Kamala Harris had over Donald Trump. But the fact I could name so many demonstrates that she absolutely was qualified, John.
I never said she was unqualified. I said that the reason why she was picked above the many... Let's give your party credit. There are many very talented politicians who have been in politics for their entire lives, who all were generally speaking as qualified as she was, probably had even more extensive legislative accomplishments, but she was chosen initially because she fit the DI mold that the party was looking at as sort of their ideological ends in 2020, and then they had no election, they had no primary once Joe Biden dropped out in 2024. So
Give your evidence that the only reason why she was picked is because she's a black woman.
I'm saying the tiebreaker was about race. I'm saying the tiebreaker for her was about race at the time.
Okay. Well, I mean, if it was a tiebreaker, i.e., the alternative to Harris would have been another candidate just as qualified as herself, then I think that's a based ass tiebreaker to make. Finally, let's get a black woman in politics.
Okay,
I actually want your evidence here. My end is representation of the constituents of this nation. And if you're telling me that that black women who account for around 7.5% of the American population have had 0% of the representation within the executive branch of our government throughout the entirety of our history, then yeah, it's going to be a consideration that I make, not only because those people deserve representation just like everybody else, but also because I think to an extent a black woman is always going to better understand black women than a white man. Okay, and there's actually pragmatic reasons why we would be concerned with ensuring that that representation exists in an attempt to serve to all communities, not just one at the expense of another. But I want your empirical evidence. This is a question for investigation of empirical evidence. What is your empirical evidence that Biden only selected Kamala Harris because she was a black woman? I need to see that evidence.
I've never once said that, and you know that. I said
so. Then just erase the word only. What's your evidence that the reason why he ultimately, instead of only,
the words out of his mouth that we just
chose Kamala Harris was because she was a black woman. Okay, give me a clip. Give me a clip of those words that came out.
I'm on my phone. I don't have my laptop up. I'm talking to my phone. I can't send you a link.
So what you could do is you could go on pause, i.e., swipe out of the app, go to Google, and try to find the clip, and then you could give me the reference to where that clip exists, so then I could play it out loud for everyone. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $20. Chin with the $20 says, chat help. Had a loser date who said, I'm not a real dancer because I do K-pop covers based, and said I don't have the hips for a ballroom. Do I let it slide or prove him wrong? He goes there for lessons. Prove his ass wrong, bro. That's at least my 4 cents. Prove him wrong.
Just using Safari quickly to use an AI summary, which is cited in the New York Times. He said that he was looking for a woman and then faced political pressure for it to be a black woman. That's what the AI summary said.
Let's watch the clip together. What's the reference on the clip? I've seen the clip that you're referencing before.
I haven't watched this clip. I
think I found it. I
don't know how to send it to you. So
that if I'm elected president, have an opportunity to
Could you hear it?
appoint someone for the courts, I'll appoint the first black woman to the courts. It's required that they have representation now. It's long overdue. Secondly, if I'm elected president, my cabinet, my administration will look like the country. And I commit that I will, in fact, I'll pick a woman to be vice president. There are a number of women who are qualified to be president tomorrow. I would pick a woman to be my vice president.
Actually, listening to clips like that gives me a more preferable view of Biden. You know, I forgot what it's like to have a decent man as president. But no, listen. Okay, so the first line of investigation I'd add on here is, how do you know at that time that he didn't know he already wanted to pick Kamala Harris? Because what he could be saying in that clip is very clear. Just that he's going to pick a woman, not because he's going to give women preference over men, but rather because he already did pick Kamala Harris preemptively.
Dean, person to person, like, you believe that he didn't, that you believe this, right? You are saying that you believe that he had picked a black woman already and is saying, I am picking a black woman, rather than...
Wait. He didn't say that he's picking a black woman. He said that he's picking a woman. Let's just be clear.
Either way, you know what I mean, right? Like, you know what I'm trying to say, right?
And by the way, yeah.
The question that you're leading me to, right?
By the way, yeah, of course. That's a very plausible hypothesis. Absolutely.
You think it's the most plausible hypothesis?
I don't think that there's any evidence to demonstrate if your hypothesis is more plausible than mine, or my hypothesis is more plausible than yours, which is exactly why I make the point, because it reduces your point down to absurdity, because you can't...
Well, I mean, you can use human instinct. You can listen... I mean, you can listen to what he said and how he said it, and I think it's pretty clear, and I think it matches the political theme of the time for the Democrat Party.
By the way, I mean, once again, I also don't really have an issue like with that, even if your point is true. Like, what he said there is true. Yeah, like 7.5% of our population has never had representation in the executive branch of our government. And if we have finally come to a time, probably, if we have finally come to a time where we have a very qualified black woman who could exist, well, the evidence is that more than 2% of our population is autistic, I think. And because there's been close to 50 presidents, this would indicate that it's statistically probable that at minimum one of those 50 presidents had autism. But anyways, back to the point here is that, yeah, of course, I think if this group of people has never had representation within the executive branch of our government, and we're finally at a time where we have a candidate that exists, that population who's very obviously qualified, yeah, sure, let's pick him. And by the way, once again, Kamala Harris was more qualified than Trump, the president that you support. And I'm going to prefer a president who's going to pass good policy for the benefit of we the people compared to a president that's raped a woman, boasted about barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to sexually exploit their naked bodies, who then is going to sell pardons and break the law to cover up for predators in the Epstein files. Hundo P, bro. Day in and day out.
I mean, first of all, you're going totally away from the conversation we're having to throw stuff at me. Like, yes, I understand Trump is a bad person. I'm not disagreeing with that. The point I'm trying to make is that Joseph Stalin is a worse person than Trump. Hitler is a worse person than Trump. The more ideological you get, the more damage you create through policy.
Yeah, that point, completely incoherent. But anyways,
Why?
Do you want to respond to the fact that Kamala Harris was better than Trump for the reasons I just granted?
Well, in terms of qualification, how do you define qualified? You define it by his time in government?
Better character and better policy.
Oh, there's probably thousands of people in politics right now who are more qualified than either one of them, if that's your standard. So then why are we picking Kamala at all? Why is your party picking Kamala without a democratic process? If not for race.
Wait, one moment. Why do we pick Kamala Harris in the election? Because she's the better of the two options? Why am I making this
No.
point?
In the Democratic primary, how did she get the nomination? Why did she get the nomination?
You are completely subverting my point that in retrospect you should have supported Harris because she had better character and policy. Why are you completely subverting the point that you should have picked Harris in retrospect because she had better character and policy? What?
I never said character is the most important thing. I said the degree to which you're ideological is the most important thing.
Would you ever make a sexual predator president?
And what are my choices? I mean, if it's Hitler or like a neighborhood bad person, yeah, I don't think I want.
Would you ever make a sexual predator president over Harris?
That's a complicated question. I mean, first of all, what do I think Harris is going to do as president? Do I think that she is going to use her position of power to increase the influence of far left individuals and political movements and philosophy to raise them to the level of political power? I think so. I think that when you use somebody like that,
I'm sorry, but actually you're wrong. She was an establishment lib. Leftists hate establishment liberals, and establishment liberals hate leftists.
Well, I mean, what do you define as an establishment liberal? What an establishment liberal is today, or what an establishment liberal was
an old school member of the DNC. Markers of establishment liberals are things.
That's ridiculous. She supported gay marriage.
Markers of being an establishment liberal are things such as being pro-Israel. Markers of being establishment liberal are such as being specifically and explicitly anti-progressive, in the sense of excluding people from the left-leaning American movement that would be individuals such as Zohran Mamdani, or would not fill that mold of being, the very clean, polished, kind of ignore American imperialism on the global stage and be pro-Israel. And all the people on that far left, once again, they kind of get rejected by people that are part of that establishment. They're kind of ignored by people that are a part of that establishment. They're excluded by people who are part of that establishment. That's why, the recent DSA victories inside of New York City have been such a shakeup in the system, because it's demonstrating a more progressive anti-establishment swing within the left. And this is why now people like Hakeem Jeffries are getting massive interviews saying, "Oh, I don't like them," because they're establishment liberals. There's a feud between establishment liberals and far leftist / progressive. So, I mean, yeah, what I'm telling you is that because she was a more progressive establishment liberal, but she still was an establishment liberal. So when you tell me that, she would have given highlight to fucking socialists, well, I'd actually argue, if anything, that we wouldn't see this swing to this these left-leaning attitudes of the endorsement of DSA candidates if it wasn't for Trump. I think that Trump, if anything, has caused there to be more of a social swing towards members of the DSA, because if the GOP is going to go radically right, well, then all of a sudden a lot of people on the left are getting pissed off and going more radically left than the Democratic Party has in years. And by the way, I'm gonna let you address this. And I'm gonna kick you because like low key, you are just like yapping. We've been speaking for 40 minutes. I feel like you've made 0 points in convincing me, or realistically anybody for that matter, why Trump is a good president. And you've also made 0 counter arguments to convince me, or realistically anybody for that matter, why I've been wrong in any of the things I've said about why he's a bad president. Like, I'll give you the final word, but it's like, it's just been yapping the whole time.
Well, I think that's because your rhetorical style is to disengage from points that you don't want to answer directly. And that manifested when I talked about, is race the ultimate factor in which we should decide a president, all else equal? And you wouldn't answer that question. Or if you did, you said yes, which is arguably worse than not answering the question. Ultimately, I do think that Kamala
I just believe in linear productive dialogue. What I told you is that it sometimes can be the ultimate factor with all else held equal in scenarios such as the one that exists where one particular race has been underrepresented within the government. That's absolutely fair to say. That's true to say.
It's not fair to say because it's one level of analysis.
Then what would be the ultimate factor? A coin flip?
No, you judge.
Then what would be the ultimate factor?
Equal. Yeah, actually, if you had all completely identical candidates, one was white, one was black, regardless of your political circumstances, if you couldn't make up your mind, you should flip a coin. You should not decide on race. Yes.
Okay. Well, I would say that deciding based on race, i.e. looking at historical disadvantages that have exist, i.e. looking at historical lack of representation that has exist, would be more meaningful pragmatically for the future of our nation, as well as the accomplishments of underrepresented demographics in our nation, than an arbitrary coin flip.
Well, I don't think that's fair because there's so many other ways you can look at the issue that don't ultimately land in tribal identity, which is what race does.
Then give me one other alternative to an arbitrary coin flip.
Well, if you're from the standpoint of all else equal except race, then yeah, coin flip is superior to race. Yes.
Wow, why?
Because race is entirely, from the standpoint of quality of representation, irrelevant, all else equal.
Well, we wouldn't be making this evaluation based upon equality of representation, because equality of representation would be one of those traits that is being held equal in the pre-assumption that all but race is being held equal. The evaluative standard that we're using here is just simply representation, point blank, period.
Okay, but there's so many other ways that you can have equal representation, or that you could argue is needed for equal representation. Like I said, that something like autism.
I have a question. Would you agree? Would you agree? All else held equal, representation for those that are underrepresented is preferable to no representation for those that are underrepresented. All else held equal.
Well, okay, if that's what your logic is, then you would
have to
answer the
question.
Yeah, well, I would say no, that like representing.
What?
I would say we have a system. First of all, that doesn't mean that race is the defining characteristic.
Wait, you're not giving me a yes or no. I'm gonna ask again. All else held equal, would you prefer representation for those that are underrepresented and have never been represented in this way before, or no representation for those that are underrepresented and have never been represented in this way?
Depends on the manner in which they are being represented or underrepresented. For instance, we would never want to give representation to the 5 to 10% of our population that are psychopaths, right?
Sure.
We would not want to give representation to groypers.
Sure.
Right?
Well, assuming that the representation that is being granted is to a group of people that are not in general or by default bad, evil, antisocial, unproductive, such as like Nazis, so on and so forth.
Okay, what about personality characteristics? We know that there's a scientific consensus that big 5 personality characteristics.
We're assuming all else held equal, dude. So can you please answer the question?
All else equal, but I'm more conscientious than you, and you're you're less conscientious than me. Are you more or less represented than I am?
Could you please answer the question I asked you?
I said it depends. It depends on what
specifically,
kind of analysis
what does it depend on? What specifically does it depend on, please?
The manner in which you are being underrepresented.
What do you mean by the manner in which you're being underrepresented?
So you're saying race is a significant way in which you can be represented or underrepresented. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's true at all.
Okay, well, that doesn't have to be true for the argument to follow. It just is that race is a way that you could be.
Well, if you were to say, well, no, because there's ways that you can be underrepresented that we would agree are not fair in the way that you were describing, and there are
This
ways
guy
that
is
it
just
can
not
be.
answering the question.
For,
Listen, man, I'll say it.
I
Yeah,
said
if a black woman,
what's wrong with it depends.
if
What's
a
wrong
black
with it depends.
woman is just as qualified as a white man, and we have two
Flip a
options
coin.
for the presidency, one is a black woman, one is a white man, I'm going to say that we should probably support the black woman because of the lack of historical representation for black people and women in government. Because the arbitrary coin flip, that's not going to be a mean to any meaningful end. But of course, the meaningful end of having representation of black people and women in politics matters.
And I would argue you just revealed yourself to be ideological on the basis of race.
Okay.
I would argue that you just revealed yourself
Thank
to
you.
be far left on the basis of race.
I think that you revealed yourself to be quote unquote ideological on the basis of pedophilia and rape the moment you told me that you don't really care that
What a
Donald Trump is
clown, dude. That's
civilly
ridiculous.
liable for raping a woman the moment you said that you don't really consider the fact that he boasted about barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls, or the moment that you can't tell me in retrospect you should have voted for Harris in consideration of the fact that she had better policy and character. Ridiculous. What the fuck are we doing here, dude? How about this? Here's a question. All else held equal, who are you going to take? A black woman who's not a rapist or a white man who is a rapist? All else held equal, man. Who are you going to take? Who are you going to take, John? John, who are you going to take? John, hello? You're not muted, bro. Maybe you are, and it's just not showing me on my end. Click on your profile picture, then click the icon on the microphone to turn it back on.
Oh, you unmute? No, you muted me. 100% I take the black woman. I was muted. I didn't even
Okay.
realize, to be honest.
Okay,
I would take
perfect.
the black woman 100 times out of 100 in that scenario. All else equal? Fuck. I don't care about race. Race is neutral. Race is
Okay.
zero.
So you're going to take
That's
the
my point.
non-rapist over the rapist? Base, bro. You should have taken Kamala Harris over Trump. He was a rapist. She isn't.
It was all else equal. That's
I know,
the point,
right?
right?
It's not all else equal. I mean, like, then she also had better
Why
policy.
does race
Wow.
matter? Why does race
How about this?
matter
What's
as a-
one?
as a
What's
means-
one? I've already like tried to go over that and describe it to you about a billion times. You just keep on using that as a deflection card to pivot away from meaningful conversation about Trump v. Harris.
No, that's not true at
So,
all.
can you please tell me
know
one
it's not
policy that Kamala Harris ran on that you disagreed with?
Off the top of my head, I don't like giving trans surgeries to prisoners. I don't know. I don't remember.
What policy was that?
don't
I
know.
asked you about a policy that she ran on in her campaign. Trans people were not mentioned once within her campaign's policy.
Well, you didn't. Oh, come on. I don't.
So what's
I
a
don't have,
policy
a
that
list
she
of
ran on that you
policies in
disagree
front of me. I
with?
told you I'm talking out of like I don't have anything in front of me right now. I don't remember.
You can't just think of like one policy that you remember her campaign announcing that you thought was
Raising
bad?
taxes. How about that? Raising taxes.
So you-
Undoing
so
Trump's
you'd argue
regulatory
that raising
decreases.
taxes on the top 1%, people making over $400,000 per year, to then give tax relief to 120 million Americans in the working class was a bad thing?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Joe, thank you for the meteor
Well,
shower.
I mean, first of all, it's unethical to do it on the basis of equality. If you can
What does that claim
give
mean?
me a
It's
very
unethical to do it on the
cost-benefit
basis of, like,
analysis.
What does that even mean? It's unethical to do it on the basis of equality. I don't even understand what that means.
No, on the basis of grievances that rich people are too rich, which the left talks about consistently, it is unethical, completely unethical.
Wait, but that's not the policy that she ran on. Holy fucking shit! I didn't say
But
to
that's what
raise
you guys-
to
that's what you
raise
guys
the
say. That's what
taxes
her
on rich
supporters say.
people just because they're rich. I specifically said to slightly raise the taxes on rich people so then we could give tax cuts to 120 million American workers in the middle class. You're so lost, dude. Holy fucking shit.
No, I'd cut them both. I'd cut them both. It's like what Trump did. Cut them both.
Okay, well, I actually didn't. First of all, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the Big Beautiful Bill is effectively reducing the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year.
That's different from either raising or decreasing taxes.
Yeah, it's the effective impact of that bill. So it's technically reducing the taxes of everybody, disproportionately more so rich people. But because of all the massive cuts in the bill, you actually have less purchasing power in consideration of the reduction on taxes if you make at or under $51,000 per year on average. And that's just like the pragmatic outcome. That's like what matters. The reason why you'd be in support of cutting taxes is to, give people more purchasing power, allow them to be able to buy more things with the money that they make. And if ultimately this is not doing that for the average American, well, then we're just going to consider that in our evaluation here, because that's why tax cuts matter.
So your argument is Kamala Harris would have had overall fewer taxes, and translated as Americans would have more spending power with less money being taken than Trump if she was in power. That's your argument.
Yep.
Speak for me.
Yep.
And how can you justify that on a counterfactual basis, given she's never been president?
Because of the comparison of the projected outcomes of the policy that she ran on based upon the projected outcomes of the actual policy passed by Trump since his inauguration.
In the magical scenario,
budget and policy priorities. Yep.
In the magical scenario where she has full control of Congress and can pass whatever bill she wants, maybe she would have a good policy.
I'm sorry, it wasn't a magical scenario for like the Democrats or realistically whoever the president was, the majority in Congress to pass the tax policy that they wanted because they had to pass something.
Oh, that's ridiculous. That's not how
since the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was expiring.
There's so much.
My evidence that that's how politics works is that's what Donald Trump did with the big beautiful bill.
He didn't just get exactly what he wanted when he sent it through Congress. There's so many special interests within the body that they have to pass through and manipulate.
What was the meaningful impact of the special interests within the body on the outcome of the big beautiful bill insofar as its effect on the average American?
You're asking me way too complicated a question for something I wasn't prepared for.
Okay. Well, then you shouldn't have made the fucking claim, John.
Wait, but do you disagree with the premise as the person with the notes and information in front of you?
I don't. What I disagree with is the suggestion that it's absurd to think that Congress would have passed her policy while adhering to the meaningful impact of the intention of it when it was proposed.
Wait, what? Say that again.
I said what I think is wrong for you to say is that that Congress wouldn't have passed her policy with a general adherence to the meaningful impact of the intention when the bill is proposed via her campaign.
I think that's kind of too much of an oversimplification. Especially, you don't know exactly how the congressional and Senate races would have played out if the election was flipped.
In a world where she won, Democrats would have won the Senate and the House. By the way, okay, so basically what you're telling me here is you can't give an argument against her policy. Thanks. Okay, so because you can't give an argument against the policy that she ran on, well, then you should have voted for her because she wasn't a rapist and Trump is a rapist.
Well, no, because I thought that the political movements backing her / moving her up the political hierarchy without any sort of democratic process were illegitimate and unjust.
Okay. Well, that's not necessarily true. If you want to look at the rules and the regulations of the DNC and the RNC, they're adhered to by her nomination because she was voted for by over 50% of the delegates. But if you still think it's wrong that there was no open primary, don't blame that on her, blame that on Biden. In other words, this wouldn't be a critique of why you wouldn't support her over Trump. This would just be a critique on one of the downfalls of the Biden-Harris administration. But it's also makes you a massive fucking hypocrite because what did Trump do in 2020? Remember when he sent fake slates of electors to 7 of our key swing states that Biden won? And he sent them with fake votes saying that he won them, then he directed them to send those back to Congress, and then he went to fucking court over this for 4 years and admitted that he attempted to change the outcome of the legitimate election. Do you also remember when all of his followers raided the Capitol, attempting to kill congressmen and women like Ashley Babbitt was found to have attempted to do inside of court? And then he gave all of them full and complete presidential pardons, including the 176 people who went to jail for the violent assault or attempted murder of cops, and then he gave them full and complete presidential pardon and labeled them as patriots. Do you remember J6, bro?
Yeah, I have a question.
Let me guess. So this is where you say, oh, J6 is, something bad Trump has done, but when we look at all the good, I still support him. But then you blame what was Biden's fault on Kamala Harris in your explanation of why you think she was politically irredeemable and to the extent that you would take an adjudicated rapist over her. You're a fucking weasel.
What?
You heard what I said. Man? Yes.
I think that's a little unfair given the conversation we've had. I haven't been offensive to you.
Well, I've been honest to you.
I'm not here to debate January 6th. It's been rehashed in a million other forums, a million other media.
No, debate me on it, bro. Debate me on what I just said. It directly relates to the point.
It was not that big of an issue to me, to be honest.
Oh yeah, so J6. You mean when we tried to attempt to illegitimately change the outcome of a free and a fair election, quote unquote, isn't that big of a deal to you? But then Biden dropping out late, causing the vote for Kamala Harris to be the nominee of the Democratic Party to rather be held by the DNC and the delegates compared to an open primary with We the People is such a big issue to you that it will make you reject Kamala Harris, who ran on better policy, over the rapist who ran on worse policy. Once again, this right here is why I called you a fucking weasel. Tell me why was an attack, an assault on the American democracy the largest assault on the American American democracy.
Obviously, because I don't agree with the premise.
I just want to clarify. You don't agree to the premise that in court, Donald Trump admitted to attempting to install FAKE votes in Congress for himself.
I don't know. If that's true, I disavow. If that's true, I disavow. It's fine.
Okay, so then you would take Harris over Trump, right?
No, that's not enough.
Oh, okay, but when I asked you why you take Trump over Harris even though he's a rapist, you said, well, because of her illegitimate primary process. But now that you've been able to say, he attempted an illegitimate general election, well, all of a sudden now you're still going to take over Harris. How about this? Would you still support Trump as president if he called for the execution of sitting Democrats in Congress with no good reason whatsoever?
No, and also who's he against? No, but also who's he against?
Kamala
I would not
Harris.
support, but also who's against. Obviously not. But I don't agree with the
Emily,
pride.
thank you so much for the Guardian pledge. Thank you so much for the love, Emily. Do show some love to Emily down below in that chat. So he did do that. Okay, so you're not a Trump supporter. He did do that. He went on Truth Social. He called 6 Democrats in Congress seditious traitors. He said that their sedition was punishable by death. And then he reposted a comment that said, hang them in all caps. So Donald Trump has basically called for the execution of sitting Democrats in Congress. So just to clarify, I've converted you. I've changed your mind. And you're no longer a Trump supporter.
I think you're doing, like, he tweets a lot. He says a lot of bombastic stuff, and nobody.
And one of the things that he said was a call for the execution of Democrats in Congress. And you said if he did say that, you would stop supporting him.
You need to give me context. That's a little too much for me.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you the context. So these 6 Democrats in Congress made a video urging members of the military to not follow any illegal orders if Trump was to give them any illegal order. And then Donald Trump responded to this once again by saying that they're traitors guilty of sedition. Then he said that their sedition is punishable by death. And then he reposted a comment saying to hang them. There's all of the context. Can we agree that this was clearly an example of Donald Trump basically calling for the execution of his political opposition?
I honestly don't trust that you're framing the situation.
Okay, so then I'll just go ahead and give you the evidence.
The President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, Content Examiner title, Democratic veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified, unlawful orders.
Headline.
Saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country, and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would."
Look.
Yeah, notice how I rehashing exactly what he said perfectly.
You're taking like a slice of a situation in a hyper politically charged time and framing it as something that actually would have happened when there's no evidence that he would do something like that. That he would hang his.
So once again, my claim was that Donald Trump called for the execution of sitting Democrats in Congress with no good reason, and then the evidence is the video that I just supplied to. And your response is that I'm only taking a slice out of the pie. So could you please tell me which other parts of the pie am I completely ignoring here as it relates to the surrounding context of Donald Trump calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress? And remember, this debate is not about him actually executing them. It's only about him calling for their execution. Because I asked you the explicit question, would you still support Trump as president if he called for the execution of Democrats in Congress? And you said no. So what context am I ignoring?
I don't view that those posts are emblematic of somebody calling, like, officially for hanging a congressman. No, I don't buy that.
Okay, and why is that?
Because we know that the way that he sometimes operates is very impulsive. And to some extent, that's part of what makes him charismatic. I'm not saying that it's justified to say that you should hang a congressman, but he has crazy thoughts that he writes down and posts. But he doesn't necessarily act on them, which is why no one's been hanged. I don't even know.
Do you agree that do you agree that a lot of antisocial groyper neo-Nazis tend to be impulsive?
Yeah.
Okay, so if one of these impulsive antisocial groper neo-Nazis went on Twitter and quoted the Mein Kampf, where it's like kill all Jewish people, and they're like kill all Jewish people, well, would they be calling for the execution of Jewish people?
All right, first of all, I am Jewish. Second
would they be calling for the execution of Jewish people?
Yeah. But
oh wait, no, it's not them.
You have to
wait,
separate it.
Sorry, sir, you're actually wrong. They were not calling for the execution of Jewish people because, just listen, bro, this neo-Nazi, they're very impulsive. They're always saying outlandish things. In fact, that's kind of a trait that makes this neo-Nazi quite charismatic. Do you see the fucking issue with your argument? You see the fucking issue with your argument, dude?
You're going too far out left field because Trump was in the position of power and did nothing. All he did was say,
wait, this is in the pre-assumption that he could have done something. This is in the pre-assumption. This is in the pre-assumption. This is in the pre-assumption of the claim that the president has the power to execute sitting congressmen and women. Does the president have the power to execute sitting congressmen and women?
I guess if they find them guilty of sedition, maybe.
Okay, without finding them guilty of sedition, by the way, that wouldn't be the power of the president. That'd be the power of the law and the Constitution of the courts. So the president does not have the power to execute sitting congressmen and women. Okay, so then he's not in a position of power where he could do that. Now you concede that he was calling for their execution, right?
No. If he didn't have the power to do it, then he's not calling for it.
Did he call for them to be hung?
No, I would say
so,
no.
So saying hang them. No. I just want to clarify that it's him saying hang them is not him calling for them to be hung.
No, it's not.
You're a fucking idiot, dude.
No, so are you. You know this is
At least I'm not the one that's saying it's not. It's like when you say that people should be killed, you're not saying that they should be killed. Because I just want to let you know, calling for somebody's death is just saying that you think they should be killed. Can you agree there?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends.
You can agree there. You perfect. So when he said hang them, okay, was he saying that they should be killed?
No. Maybe he was aggressively upset about it.
Can I ask you a question here? What's the reason that you hang somebody?
I would assume to kill them.
So if the reason why you hang somebody is to kill them, when he says they should be hung, he is calling for them to be killed.
I just don't believe that that's what he was trying to do, or if he does, or if he was trying to say that, would never have acted on it, which is why he didn't act on it, which is why no congressman died.
You know what? I'm calling for you to leave the live. And the way that I'm calling for you to leave the live is by telling you that I want you to be my permanent co-host for the rest of time.
Why is that?
Guys, I just called for him to leave the live by saying that I want him to be my permanent co-host for the rest of time. Because I guess that is just opposite day. So basically, I'm just going to extend his logic about Trump to myself here. By the way, I just need you guys to understand how absolutely absurd that was. That dude was arguing, basically, that Donald Trump literally means the polar opposite of whatever he says. When he says to kill somebody, he doesn't actually, he's not actually saying that he wants them to be killed, guys. Just like, trust me on this one. Just trust me on this one. Nikki, do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean.
Thanks, Nikki. You take care. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up inside of that queue. Like, the moment a Trump's up, like, listen, I bring up that topic about Donald Trump calling for the execution of those Democrats often. And the moment they tell me that he's not actually calling for their death by saying that they should be killed, I can't do it anymore. I kick them. There's no more conversation to be had with that person. They're just simply unreasonable. The moment that they state that they think a square is a circle is the moment that I cannot do it anymore. That's all. Sorry, folks. Can't do it anymore. Hey, welcome in, Robert. Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame.
Oh, you were good. You were good until the flame. You were a little bit... You were, what's the opposite of flat? What's the fuck. Sharp. You were a little bit sharp on that flame. You were a little bit sharp on that flame. T, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Show some love to T down below. T with the $20 says, this caller's lips are caked with Cheeto powder. Holy crap. Maybe if he had licked it all off, he could actually have any meaningful conversation. Pro, so fucking real. Honestly, it pains me to see people that are seemingly more intelligent just reduce themselves to such moronic bullshit. Like, that guy was much more intelligent than the average guest that we have on the live stream. But because he has, by choice, reduced himself to idiocracy, his arguments were no harder to refute than that I hear from, like, 70 IQ 18-year-olds that still live in their parents' house. Rob, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Rob, how old are you?
43.
Cool, dude. I'm going to take a moment here
43.
and just thank a couple people for their donations. And then once I'm done with that, I'll happily pass you the mic. Sounds good?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, man. Miss Nadia, this came in literally 60 seconds ago on Venmo. Thank you for the $40 donation. Thank you so much, Nadia. Please show some love to Nadia down below in that comment section. Nadia with a $40. That's huge, by the way. Says that last guest was insane for real. I don't know how you do it, but I'm so thankful for you. Well, I'm thankful for you, Nadia. Thank you for the kind words. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the support. And thanks for the $40. Show some love to Queen Nadia down below. Alec, thank you for the $15. Who says, guest logic. If Trump is a rapist, violent sexual predator, enemy of the Constitution, and a felon, he's okay. But when Kamala Harris gets a vice president privilege as Biden drops out of the race, that is too far. On God. Keep going, Dean. Love the smackdown on the 20 MAGA women. Great job. Well, thank you, Alec. Yeah, that last guess was completely incoherent. Peter with the $20 on Venmo says, John is really sounding like a good, obedient little cult member. True. MAGA brain rot has really worked itself into a smooth brain. On God, that guy's brain was fucking rotted. What is new? Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Says, I have this 2-hour drive home. How long will you be on for? 1 hour and 36 minutes. So I'll be able to get you through most of it. What is new? Thanks for the $25. Sakura, thank you for the $10. She says, cooking like always. Thank you, Dean. Well, thank you, Sakura. Thank you so much for the $15. I know that you're always hanging out with us. Just know that I appreciate you. Jamie, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says, request, please wear darker colored shirts. The contrast for the chat on TikTok is awful in beige/white. Thank you. Well, I actually already do that like a vast majority of the time. I just happen to be wearing a white shirt today because all of my darker shirts are dirty and I need to do a lot of laundry. Sarah and Bree, thank you guys for the $5. Kirsten, thank you for the $1. Z, thank you for the 50 cents. M, thank you for the $10. Appreciate you. And then Jonathan, thank you for the $5. With all of that being said, it looks like we're caught up on Venmo. Let's quickly get caught up on PayPal. Joy, thank you for the $15. She says, hey, Dean, you're awesome. Just want to let you know, keep on fighting that good fight. Well, thanks, Joy. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words and the $15. Show some love to Joy. And then Mr. Roberts, thank you for the $50 donation on PayPal. Robert, I feel like it's been a while. Let's go ahead and read his message. Robert with a 50 says, been a while, but love watching you kick this idiot's ass. Been watching every day. Always have your back. On my way to a bike show with one of my vintage motorcycles. We'll check in tomorrow. Ooh, sounds fun, man. Keep on cooking. From 71-year-old Robert. You know, Mr. 71-year-old Robert, you already know this, but it's always worth repeating. You are literally one of my favorite humans alive. Just know that I appreciate you. Astrid, thank you for the $20, who says, just want to say that you're blessed with a wonderful friend that Parker is. Reached out to him a while ago, and he has helped me through it a few times since. Oh, Astrid, well, that's very kind. Thank you for the $20. And Parker is a phenomenal guy. I am so blessed. You know, actually, I'll say this real quick before we thank the next donor. Parker is genuinely like one of the best humans that I've ever met. On live, off live, he is just simply different from everybody else in this very unique sense that he's genuinely a good person to his core. You know what I mean? He actually, to like a near standard of like near completion, actually represents and lives out the values that he preaches on a daily basis. You know, like sometimes I catch myself getting caught in frustration. I catch myself getting like caught in rage, catch myself getting caught in like acting like a dummy and not communicating effectively with my girlfriend and shit like that, you know? And, you know, I think that's, you know, an expectation. People are not always going to be perfect. And it's just important to be cognizant of the fact when you drop the ball. But I mean, Parker, he does pretty damn good at living out the values that he believes in. Heather, thank you for the $20, who says, my dad is 75 and joins me to watch your stream sometimes. We're both fans. Well, shout out to you and your dad, Heather. Thank you so much for the $25. Please show some love to Heather down below. Shout out to her dad as well. SJ with the $10 says, damn, Dean, finish him, in a Mortal Kombat voice. SJ sent that when we were in the middle of the last debate. SJ, we completely fucking finished that guy. He was nuts. Annika, ANNICA, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal, who says, love you, Dean, support from Sweden. Well, I really appreciate you so much for the $30, Annika. Shout out to you and shout out to Sweden. You are awesome. And with all that being said, we're all caught up. I appreciate you for your patience, Rob. Once again, if you're watching, you want to ask me a question, you want to get a message across, you want to get a shout out, have a message read out on live, or just generally support what we do, you can find a link to the Venmo and the PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account, which you could find by clicking on my profile in the top left-hand corner, clicking on it again, viewing the profile, then finding the link. You could also find them in the pinned message on that YT stream and at the top of the phone screen on TikTok. That's the @ It's just Dean Withers without the letter E in my last name Withers. But do quadruple check that spelling because there's a bunch of fake and scamming accounts out there. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you're MAGA.
Oh, so many reasons. I mean, they want to, I guess, unseparate church and state. They want, like, the war with Iran. They're totally crushing that. What the fuck
Do you
else
think
do
that
they
church
do?
and state should be intertwined?
Absolutely.
Oh, I want to debate you on that, Rob.
I mean,
So
like,
what religion should govern the state, Rob?
I mean Christians.
So
we
what?
are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We fight for the gospel. We honor his name.
Good one. Ha ha ha! Fucking ha ha! Fuck, dude. I can't listen. I can't even be mad. I'm trying my hardest to be mad. I can't be mad. That's good. I mean, like, fuck you guys though, wasting my goddamn time. But that was good. But like, fuck you. But that was good. We're going to go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We're going to go to get that next guest, Hunter Alice, dude. The fucking dedication to annoying the shit out of me is, it's admirable. It really is. It's impressive. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Jesus, dude. All right. We got Hunter loading up. This guy, sorry, not Hunter, Hayden. This guy's always in the comment section chirping. Always in the comment section chirping. Okay, yeah, makes sense why. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get the next guest right now. Hey, welcome into Sport Trump, Brittany.
We are Charlie.
Shut up. Moving on to the next guest, Bobby. Gonna put the rules back up in the middle of the phone screen. Bobby, do you support Trump?
We are.
Nope, banned. Moving on to Jason. Jason's loading up instead of the queue right now. Jason, do you support Trump? Banned. Moving on to the next guest. We got Matt connecting to the live stream. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Here we go, everybody. We got a couple people connecting to the live stream. Matt, do you support Trump?
No, I was just like low key on
Banned. Kia, do you support Trump?
Hi. Yes.
Okay. What year were you born in?
June 18th, 2007.
Okay, and that makes you how old?
19.
Okay. You look like a real person based upon your account. I just have to be very skeptical of young women that join to debate me because, like, in 9.9 out of 10 scenarios, it just ends up being a troll. Are you trolling me?
No.
Okay, thanks. I believe you. All right. Dude, let's just start from the top. How the hell can you support somebody that disdains you so much?
Because I believe he's good for the economy, and I believe that he's just a good president in general.
Okay, I want to ask you about something. Usually most people, by the way, crazy fucking claim about the economy. I'm sure we're gonna get to that. But in your bio it says Jesus before everything. My question for you is, are you pro-life?
Yes.
Even in circumstances of rape?
Yes.
Okay. So rape victims shouldn't be able to legally access abortion. Also, real quick for everybody in the chat, I'm seeing a lot of people down below saying that she's trolling. Folks, I understand that you and me have been scorned into believing that every young woman that joins this live stream is trolling. But we have to accept and agree that it is true. There are some young women that do support Trump. My evidence is the 1v20 I filmed on Jubilee not too long ago. So we're not going to jump to the conclusion that she's trolling. Okay, we're not going to jump to the conclusion that she's trolling. But I want to ask you a question. If you needed my bodily resources to stay alive, do you think that the government should be able to force me to give them to you?
No.
So then why should the government be able to force a rape victim into providing their bodily resources to a fetus just because the fetus needs their bodily resources to stay alive?
It's not the government forcing you, it's like nature. Like, it's just how the body works. And if you weren't ready to sign up to having potentially a fetus needed to depend on your body, then you shouldn't have committed the act of sex anyways.
Because we're talking about rape victims here. So rape victims shouldn't have committed the action of getting raped?
No, if you were raped, then you should just take a plan B or
So, A, Plan
have
B is
the
not
baby.
effective in all scenarios. I have a friend whose Plan B is turning 18 next month. B, there are weight limits on Plan B.
Well, I think that you should have the child anyways and just put it up for adoption if you're not able to care for it or if you don't want to.
So why should the state be able to force them to maintain that pregnancy?
Because it is wrong to kill a life.
And you'd argue that like a woman taking an abortion pill that cuts off the supply of bodily resources to the fetus, basically starving the fetus to death, is killing the fetus?
Yes.
Analogy time. So remember earlier how I said if you need my bodily resources to live, I shouldn't be forced to give them to you?
Yes.
So let's assume that the government kidnapped me in the middle of the night. FBI agents bust down my door, sedated me, and stole me, and then took me to a secret government facility where they connected me to you via an IV cord. And then I woke up in this room, and then somebody explains to me that she really needs your bodily resources to live, Dean. Technically, you have the choice to get up and walk out that door, but by disconnecting that IV, she's going to die. Won't I be doing anything wrong by getting up and walking out that door and disconnecting that IV?
Well, no.
Even though that's essentially doing the same thing as an abortion pill for a rape victim, stopping the supply of bodily resources that are sustaining the other life.
I suppose.
Yeah, if it's doing the same thing, then we can't say one's right and one's wrong. So I guess we have to say that they're both morally permissible to do, quite frankly.
I can see why you say that.
Now that you see why I say that, can we agree that rape victims should have legal access to abortion?
Yes, I can agree.
Wow, look at that. That's great. Let's move on to elective abortions. That's a 99%. And you'd say that those two should be banned because they're killing a fetus, but in these scenarios, they're actually responsible for that fetus being reliant on their bodily resources because they had sex, okay? Meaning they consented to the potential outcome of a pregnancy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. First question. Do you ultimately think that it's wrong to kill a fetus because of your religious beliefs in Christianity?
Yes.
Okay. What denomination of Christianity do you follow?
Just like the general Christianity, like not like Lutheran or Catholic or anything, just like general.
Non-denominational? Okay, non-denominational, that's fine. So do you think that some sins are worse than other sins, or are you one of the Christians that think all sins are identical in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy?
I think that all sins are identical, but some sins are more punishable than others.
Why?
Because in the Bible, there are some sins that are unforgivable and some sins that are forgivable.
Well, the one sin that's unforgivable is blasphemy. So that's why I said outside of blasphemy. So you think all sins that are forgivable, aka all sins that aren't blasphemy, are punishable to the same extent?
Yeah.
Okay, so should we send people to jail for lying to their children about the existence of Santa Claus on Christmas?
No.
So then we shouldn't send people to jail for getting an abortion.
Well, I'm not saying that that abortion should be banned 100%. I'm saying that it just shouldn't be an option for people who are not raped. And I think that...
Do you think it should be an option for parents, legally speaking, to tell their children that Santa Claus exists on Easter? Sorry, whoa, on Christmas?
Well, of course, because there's not a law saying that lying is illegal, but there is a law saying murder is illegal.
Well, I said should be an option, not is or is not an option.
No, it should not.
So there should be a law that criminally enforces penalties for parents telling their children that Santa Claus exists.
No.
Okay, so they should have the option to tell their children that Santa Claus exists. Then women and girls should have the option to access abortion because you think that these two sins are identical, both in wrongness and in punishment.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Can you tell us if you're trolling or not?
I am not trolling. I'm MAGA, but I'm not like crazy MAGA. I just it's just always been what I've stuck with because of my parents.
I believe you. I believe it. Once again, we're just all really skeptical because 99 out of 100 young women that join are trolls. But There is going to be that 1 out of 100, so I'm going to maintain being open-minded here. I'm happy that we could change your mind on the topic of abortion. Let's see if we could just change your mind on the topic of Trump as a whole. He hates you. He hates all women. He hates all girls. Because he hates you, you should hate him.
I think that Trump is doing a lot, especially with the closed borders and getting the illegal immigrants out.
Well, are we sure that this is a view accepted by your religious beliefs? I thought that Christianity preached being welcome to thy strangers, inviting of the foreigners, and accepting of all with love, care, and generosity for those with less than you. I mean, I think that Leviticus 19 verses 33 and 34 say it the best. I mean, it literally says verbatim that the foreigners residing among you in your land deserve the same treatment as the native born.
I agree, but there also needs to be laws and rules, and if someone came to this country illegally breaking the laws and rules, then they need to be punished the same way that people who sin are punished for their sins.
So you should be punished for breaking any law at any point?
Yes, there should be consequences.
So what should Rosa Parks' consequences have been? I'm not comparing Rosa Parks to the average undocumented immigrant, by the way. I'm just seeing if like you really hold this principle in all scenarios.
Well, that would be up to whatever judge is dealing with the case.
So you do think that Rosa Parks should have been punished?
I think that it's not my place to say, because it would be a judge's place to say what rules she broke and like what
Rosa Parks broke a law. Should she have been punished because she broke the law and she sat at the front of the bus even though she was black?
Yes.
Bruh. Dude, think about it. I think that any good person would be able to say no.
I say yes because I think that even if you don't agree with the law or it's not morally right at the time, then if you break it, you still need consequences.
Holy fucking shit. What about all of the like slaves that escaped the South through the underground railroad to the North? Okay, that they were breaking the law. Should they have been punished?
If they were evidently caught, then yes.
Do you think that they should have been caught?
I don't think that they should have been caught, but if they were caught committing a crime,
they should have been punished?
Then that is
we
what
should
would have
punish
happened.
slaves that escaped enslavement?
If they are caught breaking the law, because
oh my fucking god!
There cannot.
Oh my
be a
god!
blend of.
Okay, let me see if I could. Crazy, insanity, Kia, insanity. I'm at wow. Okay, I happen to have wow. Sometimes people say some crazy shit on my live stream. So crazy that it's like I don't even know how to go about trying to change your mind, because the shit that you're saying is just that nuts. But I actually think
Do you
there's
not
a really
agree that
I think that
there
there's a
should be
really nifty
consequences?
way. What, shocker, don't agree that
For
slaves should
breaking
be
a law?
Yeah, shocker, don't think that slaves should be punished for trying to escape enslavement. Call me crazy, dude. But I actually have a really good counter argument for you. Would you like to hear it?
Yes.
Okay, this applies to you as a Christian. Are you familiar with the story of Exodus in the Christian Bible?
I'm not.
Read your fucking Bible, because the story of Exodus proves you're wrong. The story of Exodus is about all of the Jewish individuals that were caught and enslaved in Egypt, like escaping that enslavement, even though it broke the Egyptian laws at the time. And God actually helped them do this. You know, the whole like Moses splitting the Red Sea part. And then he turned around and fucking punished the Egyptian people for enslaving them in the first place, even though that was the law at the time. So if what you're telling us here was true, that it's always wrong to break a law, God wouldn't have helped the slaves escape and punished the Egyptians. He would have just completely ignored it. And then if the enslaved Israelites were able to escape without his help, then he would have punished them, if anything.
Well, I'm not saying that that anyone who breaks a law is doing something wrong. What I am essentially saying is that if you don't punish everyone that breaks a law, then it'll get into a mess of like, where can you determine what is breaking a law, but what should we let slide because it's like more
by determining if the law is moral, by determining if the law is good. If somebody breaks a good law that we should have, then punish them. If somebody breaks a bad law that we shouldn't have, then don't punish them.
But no one is ever going to be on the same page.
Time for another really intuitive example. Okay, another really, really intuitive example here. This is going to be a banger. So, if you were a Nazi foot soldier during the Holocaust and you were by law ordered, okay, to kill and rape a bunch of Jewish little girls, and you broke that order, do you think you should be punished?
I don't think I should be punished, but I think that that was what would happen under law, and that was what would need to happen in order for the law to be...
And you think that should happen?
Not that it should happen, but that it needs to happen.
Okay, so then we shouldn't always punish law.
Well, you should.
So then you'd argue that you should be punished.
I think that you need to be punished, but I don't want.
So you think that Nazis who refused to kill and rape Jewish little girls needed to be punished?
Yes, because because no one is ever going to be on the same page about what laws are morally right and what laws are morally wrong.
All right, bro. All right, listen. Here's how we're going to do this. Kia, I want you to click on your profile picture.
Okay.
Let me know when you've done that.
I've done it.
Okay. In the top right hand corner of the window that just popped up on your phone screen, do you see an X?
Yeah.
Kia, I'm gonna need you to hit that X. Let me know when you've done it.
Wait, at like the top right of my screen?
No, at the box at the window that pops up when you hit on your profile picture. It'll look like the figure of a person with a little X through it. Look at the bottom right hand corner.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the little person with the X through it?
No.
Oh, fuck, let me join on my alt. Give me 1 second, Kia. Sorry, Kia, just give me 1 second. In the meantime, folks, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen. Sharing out this live with a couple of friends so all of your friends can see these great debates with very intelligent, commonsensical political interlocutors on the right that are really progressing our nation in a very positive direction. Holy fucking shit. What the hell's going on? I can't hop in the queue on my alt. Oh my god, there's perpetually 150
Okay, I think
people.
I'm gonna leave the live now because I need to do something.
Okay, Kia, I'm gonna have you do something else. So do you know how to like swipe out of an app?
Yeah.
Okay. So go to your control window where you could see all of your open apps like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then swipe up on TikTok. Just kill the app, Kia. Good. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to get that next guest connected. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Dude? Bro. Oh my god. People in the chat are saying that she was lying about her age. She could have been. I don't know. I don't think that there's any evidence that she was lying about her age. But even if she was lying about her age, dude. Brother. Oh my god. Let me tell ya. Was I the best person at 15? No. But when I was 15, was I saying that Nazis who refused to kill Jewish little girls needed to be punished? Also, no. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. What? Our nation is devolving. We're going to go get that next guest connected. Dude, that's one of the craziest things we've heard from a guest in a while. In a long while. I'm actually shocked. I'm rarely taken aback by what a guest says.
Please do not kick me out. I beg you, I beg you, I beg you.
I'm sorry. I kicked you out because I'd assumed that you're not a Trump supporter, but in retrospect, maybe I should have let you explain why you were begging to stay on the live. We're going to go to get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please do make sure that you're following our rules. Our rules are in the middle of the phone screen. It says be 18 plus American and MAGA. Middle of the phone screen, it says be 18 plus American and MAGA. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Only do hop inside of that queue if you are here to debate. If you want to help me pay my fucking therapy bill that I'm going to need after that last guest, Jesus, you can support me. You can support the stream. You can support the work that we do here if you want to. You can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account, which you could find through clicking on the profile picture in the top left-hand corner to go to my account page. You could also find them in the pin message on the YT stream, and the handle is at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. It's just my name, Dean Withers. But it doesn't have the letter E in my last name, Withers. And make sure that you quadruple check that spelling because there's about 1 billion fake scamming accounts out there. Honor RL. Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, bro. Congratulations. You sat in the queue for 3 hours for that, dude. Hope it was worth it. A couple people to thank here. I have 3 massive donations to thank over on Super Chat.
Hello?
Actually, just 2. Give me one moment. Wyatt, do you support Trump?
We need strong alpha males. Like,
Julie, thank you so much for the $100 over on Super Chat. Julie, that is incredibly kind of you, my friend. Please show some love to Julie down below. Let's get 1,000 Julie W's.
Oh, sorry.
You, Julie. Julie with the first $50 says that 19-year-old has had plenty of time to grow the fuck up. TBH, true. And then with her second $50 donation, she says, y'all want to bet she failed history class? Because what? Dude, I don't know. I don't know what the hell her problem was. I think it ran a little bit deeper than failing a history class. Because even when she was completely informed on the history, in that analogy about the Nazis, she's still stuck by her principle, dude. Thank you for the $100, so Julie. Genuinely, that is so much money, and I'm beyond grateful for you. Same thing to you, Harvey. Thank you for the 50 Canadian dollars. Who says wanting to punish people for escaping slavery? I'm sorry. What is this girl? Genuinely batshit insane. No, dude. Yes. By the way, I just want to clarify that if you think that slaves needed to be punished for escaping enslavement, you are batshit crazy. All right, you have lost your mind. Thank you so much for the $100, Julie, and for the $50, Harvey. Genuinely, you two are awesome. Trevor, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
21.
All right, what year are you born in, Trev?
2004.
All right, Trev. I'm going to catch up on... Feel free to unmute your mic. I didn't mean to do that. I'm going to catch up on Venmo and PayPal, and the mic and the floor are yours. Joseph, thank you for the $30 donation on Venmo. Who says for therapy, doing great today. Thank you so much, Joseph. I'm trying to do my best, bro. I hope that you're well. Let's get 300 Joseph W's. Thanks for supporting what we do. Rally with the $10 says, call that last guest Subnautica because her IQ is below 0. Dude, I don't even know what to say, Riley. Thank you for the $10. Joseph with the $25 from 5 years ago says, pity her, Dean. Don't ridicule her. She needs education and time to evolve her worldview. She's simply echoing, but she's been indoctrinated with right now. Joseph, first and foremost, I appreciate you for the $25. Second of all, I understand where you're coming from in the sense that it's important to help educate other individuals that are actively developing their worldview in the positive direction, but sometimes ridicule is necessary. Sometimes it is. I think that ridicule is the answer to somebody who would argue slaves needed to be punished if they escaped enslavement. That might provoke quite the response neuroanatomically within that person to say, what the hell? Maybe I'm wrong. Okay? And ultimately, that's the response that I wanted to provoke. Benjamin with the $25 says, if abortion's okay for SA victims, how do you apply that in practice? Many survivors never report or disclose an assault because they fear retaliation or more violence. If they don't tell anybody, including a doctor, the case is indistinguishable from any other pregnancy. I appreciate you for the $25, Ben. Thank you so much. That's a good point to make. It's a good question for pro-lifers that do have a rape exception. Sakura with the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you. Who says, I play professional women's tackle football. Based. Sorry for sending such a long message, but as a gay black woman, you suffice my sense of justice. I am undermined constantly. I post a single video of playing football, and misogynists are wild. I'm so fucking sorry that you have to experience that on a daily basis. I would love to watch you play. If you posted a clip, I'd drop it a like, Sakura. And then Joseph, thank you for another $25. Who says it's really funny when you break the fourth wall and stare into the camera. I appreciate you for the $25, man. Ashley, thank you for the $1. Jessica, thank you for the $4. And then Matthew with the $1. We're caught up on Super Chat. We're caught up on Venmo. Let's quickly get caught up on PayPal. On PayPal, Elizabeth, thank you for the $75 donation. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you so very much for that love and support, Elizabeth. Please show some love to Elizabeth down below. Thank you so much for that love. You are awesome. Elizabeth with the $75 says, for your therapy, that last guest was insane. Dude, oh my goodness, they were nuts, but I appreciate you so much for the love. Same thing to you, Veronica with the $20. She says, hey, Dean, I hope that your mental health is doing okay after talking to these people. Yeah, man, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit discombobulated after that last guess. I do appreciate you for the $20, so it's good to see you today. Rob with the $20 says, so sorry for trolling Dean. Well, hey, I appreciate you for the $20, man. That makes it up in my mind. Let's go. And then Robert with the 10 cents. Please show some love to Veronica, Rob, and Elizabeth for the incredibly kind $75 dono. We're all caught up. Hey, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What are your posts about? You seem to have blocked.
Wait, what?
You seem to have blocked my account that I use to moderate the lives.
Did I?
So yeah, so I don't even can even see what you posted.
Well, I was gonna tell you.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna actually address that to like address you about it and ask you about it. Because would you say that incest is okay? Because you said that you can fuck your cousin. Remember that?
No, I would not say that incest is okay, man.
No, you said because I'm a libertarian, bro. The guest said
no,
I'm a libertarian, so you can fuck your cousin.
No, bro. Listen, I know what you're referring to. I know what you're referring to. Listen, you're referring to a clip of me like 3 years ago when I was a little white belt debater, and I was running a live on why it's not wrong to be gay. And then a person came up and they ran a very white belt argument on me. And they said, oh, well, if it should be legal to be gay, then why should incest be illegal? And then I gave them like a counter argument around 4 times in a row. And then inevitably, I got to the point where I was getting out debated by this guy. And he was able to demonstrate why, if being gay should be legal, then incest should be too, which, by the way, is a false point. I was just really bad at debating at the time. So I had 2 options. I either had to concede that being gay should be illegal or that incest should be legal. And because I was a white belt debater, I conceded that incest should be legal. But I'd like to clarify. I have never thought that incest should be legal. That was white belt debate Dean getting discombobulated by some homophobic piece of shit who argued better than me at the time because I sucked at debating. And I'm very grateful that I've obviously gotten a lot better at debating since then. And that's one of my early blunders. Yeah, for sure.
Or wait, didn't you also dox a father for saying that kids can't consent?
No.
You asked that weird hypothetical.
No, that one's a lie. That one's just a straight lie.
You did.
No.
You said, do you have the right to consent to a 65-year-old?
No, I said that people should call CPS on him because him and his wife said, let me clarify. I said that people should call CPS on him because him and his wife said that sexually exploiting children is like a business transaction that can make the life of their children better.
No, sorry. The guest said that kids cannot consent. Would you agree with
No. What they said is that parents can consent for their kids to be sexually exploited.
But you said, would you?
How about this? How about I just play you the clip?
Okay.
Yeah, this is actually probably the right's worst argument against me.
No, well, you said it. You said, would you not be violating the consent of your
Don't
child?
worry, we're gonna let the clip speak for itself, and then you're gonna probably concede or leave. This is by far the right's worst argument against me. Check this shit out, bro. It's actually wild. These parents were fucking insane, dude. Just have to find it on my page.
22 days ago, the U.S. government, the president, breaking news, Donald.
Oh, jeez, I have so many posts, bro. Was this before or after this? No. Okay, I found a post where I said that Charlie Kirk is terrified of Dean Withers.
Oh yeah,
That's when Charlie Kirk
The
was
numbers
alive.
are in.
One moment, Trevor. Stop talking while I find this clip. You gotta hear this shit. It's actually wild. What the fuck happened to it? Can somebody help me find my posts about those parents on my TikTok account and then drop a link in the Discord? I'm sure that somebody out there is gonna find it. Is this it?
Thousands of people.
There we go. Check this shit out, bro. It's crazy.
Telling me to myself after sticking up for children's safety when talking to a husband and wife who think parents have the right to exploit their children. You're in for a wild ride today. Let's talk about it. I'm gonna go ahead and play you a clip of me talking to the husband and wife so you could hear what they had to say. And then we'll try to figure out why thousands of people are calling me the predator. At the start of the conversation, the very first thing that was said was, here's Donald Trump walking into the changing rooms of these teens. And what was your first response to that?
Did the parents give consent? Did they allow it?
Precisely. I don't think that a parent can allow for their underage teen to be on.
You don't think, or that's the law? There's a difference.
That's the wife, by the way.
What's the law?
Wait, are you... So no, that's actually not the law. It is...
What is the law, Dean? What is the age of consent? What is the law?
We're talking about teenagers, under 18 here.
Right, and they don't have the legal authority to make that consent. So whose responsibility is it then? Who is it? Is it God? It's not God. Who is it?
So the child can't consent to sex, and the parent can't consent to the child having sex.
So where does the consent fall? Because
nobody.
When you go to the doctor's office, when kids go on field trips, who's signing the papers? Because it's not the child.
In that clip, I said, and I quote, I don't think a parent can allow their underage teen to be on. And
it
then
gets
we
worse.
heard both the husband and wife
Just
argue
wait.
that I'm wrong, and that consent falls on the parent. But it gets even worse, because now you're about to hear a clip of the wife argue that an older man exploiting a teenager is a business transaction that benefits both parties.
This shit
From my research,
disgusting.
it was more transactional than anything. If anything, because these girls are competing against each other, they went to Donald Trump when he was back there to get some sort of not promotion, but like to get some sort of like feedback and transactional advice from the guy because he's a businessman.
They're children.
Yes,
They can't consent to that.
Dean!
And now the husband hops in and challenges the idea that treating the bodies of young people as transactions is exploitation. She is saying that the bodies, the bodies
law,
of
is that
children are
exploitation?
transactional.
Dean, answer the question. By law, is that exploitation?
Bro, I think that is exploitation, yeah. And now somebody on the call is about to bring up Brooke Shields, who's made to pose in front of a camera without one of these on when she was this many years old. And the husband once again challenges the notion that was exploitation, as well as we hear some other crazy stuff.
She posed on a Calvin Klein poster underage. Was she exploited?
Yes.
By what law?
We're talking about some underage teenager with her boobs out in Times Square. Exploitation. She's exploited.
And do you think that
law?
Do you guys disagree? Like, a teenager with her boobs out on Times Square, was she exploited?
Yes.
I think it's art. I think it's
Now they're calling it art.
beautiful photo.
Now they're calling it beautiful
of a
art. In the beginning of this video, when I said that there's thousands of people on the right calling me a predator, I wasn't lying. There's many people on this platform and others saying that I doxed an innocent father that simply said kids can't consent. And
Exactly what you fucking said, by the way, bro! Exactly what you fucking said, by the way, dude! You said, and I quote, Dean, didn't you dox a father because he said kids can't consent? Exactly what you said, by the way, bro.
So what did you mean by when you said, would you not be violating the consent of your child? Because you said that.
Whoa, you're doubling down?
just said that. No.
Wait,
kids cannot
what I said?
consent, right? Yes,
What I
kids
said?
cannot
Would you be
consent.
violating the consent of a child when a child is sexually exploited? Yeah, that's just another way to say that you would be infringing on the consent of a kid because kids can't consent. Yes. When you rape a kid, you are doing so unconsensually. Thereby, you're violating the consent of the child because the kid can't consent.
So why didn't you just say that they can't consent at
Those
all?
two things mean the same thing.
You should have said that to begin with.
Bro, did we just watch the same clip?
Can't consent.
I did. I said, and I quote, kids can't consent. Do we just watch the same clips?
So what? Like,
Trevor! No. Did we just watch the same clips?
Yes, we did.
Did you hear me say that kids can't fucking consent?
So yes, you did say that. So then, how are you gonna say that you're violating the consent of the kid then, when they can't consent at all? So
violating the consent of a kid is just another way to say that this action is without consent. But why? Why are you hyperfixating in the way that I said that sexual actions directed towards children are unconsensual instead of
it's because of the
fucking sitting here and condemning the parents that were saying that parents should have the legal right to sexually exploit their kids like it's a business transaction and CP is art.
Yeah, and that's awful and that's horrendous and terrible. I know. But the way you said that, do you not agree that
I said it. No, listen. I said the same thing. I said the same thing multiple times in multiple ways. At one point in that conversation, when I wanted to communicate that it's unconsensual to rape a kid, I said it's because you're violating the consent of the kid. Another way that I said that it's unconsensual to rape a kid is that kids can't consent. All of those things were portraying the same fucking outcome, that sex with kids is unconsensual, which was the premise that these parents were rejecting because they thought that parents had the ability to usher that consent on behalf of the child.
Exactly. So the kids cannot consent, right? Yes.
Wait, we said exactly. Do you agree with the parents?
No, they cannot consent.
Okay, so you agree with me, right?
Yes, that they cannot consent.
Okay, so earlier when you said that I was going after an innocent father, okay, because he just said kids can't consent, do you agree that you were fucking wrong, Trevor?
Yes.
Then apologize to me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Trevor.
All right.
Thanks, buddy. He left. Yeah, dude. That shit was fucked. And the right, they use this against me for like half a year. And every so often, I will still hear something about it. And I genuinely don't understand. Like, that is probably one of the least defensible anti-Dean arguments. You know what I mean? The least defensible anti-Dean argument ever is that I doxed an innocent father because he said that kids can't consent. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of that queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Turkey beef jerky?
Yes, sir.
Do I even need to ask?
No.
No, banned. Let's go to get that next guest connecting to the live stream. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to get that next guest connected. All right. We got the next guest loading in right now. Only up inside of that queue if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, or am I ban ya? We got the next guest, John Brown, loading up. Here we go. Dude, what a name. Wow. All right, here we go. Wow. Hey, John, do you support Trump? Dude's just straight up. Oh, wait. He actually might have been playing a song. It gives like Alex G vibes. I don't know if it's actually by Alex G, though. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Guys, please, we are just looking for Trump supporters. We are just looking for Trump supporters. Let's go to get the next guest connected, please. Only do hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. Only do hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. We're trying to get the next guest connected right now. Julie, thank you so much for another $50 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Julie. Julie with another $50 donation says, thank the gods in the moon that I'm not a Trump supporter and I def hate ICE / trust. I will haunt them. I appreciate you so much for the $50, Julie. Let's get 500 Julie W's down below in that comment section. That is very, very kind of you. Show some love to Julia. Thank you for the support. Welcome in, Damian King. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Eyebrow, give me one moment to thank a couple people, then the mic, the floor yours. Miss Catherine, thank you so much for the $40 over on Venmo. Says, Dean, I wanted to ask you a question about a video I've been seeing going around. Is Trump trying to pass a law against people that are homeless or have any type of mental illness? Is this true? I think I saw something reporting in like that same realm, but I don't know if that's like precisely what it is. I'll do some research into it, Catherine. Thank you for the $40. Let's get 400 Catherine W's down below. Sam, thank you so much for the $5. Who says, I grew up very MAGA and your podcast has single-handedly changed my opinion on the Democratic Party. I love that, Sam. That's awesome. And then Ben, thank you for the $20. Who says, Brad just can't. I cannot deal with these smooth brains. They've gone so far that they're now defending the orders that were used as the actual moronic and laughable defense at the Nuremberg. MAGA says, quote unquote, yep, they had to follow the orders. The law is the law. What the fuck? Yeah, I know. They are explicitly rejecting the findings of the Nuremberg trials. Angel, thank you for the $25 on Venmo 16 minutes ago. Thank you so much, Angel. Angel with the $25 says, we are Dean Withers. You know what? I appreciate you for the $25, I guess. Thank you. Show some love to Angel and all the other donors on Super Chat. Thank you, Faith, for the $10. She says, Sims plus Dean in the background. Fire. You know, I hear a lot of people use these streams as background music. Background sound. And I love that. I love that so much. Veronica, thank you for another $20 on PayPal. She says, okay, how to send another 20 for therapy because what the fuck was that last guess? Yeah, dude was up here to try to make a point and he ended up running away because there was no point. And then Malcol, M-A-C-L-E. Thank you for the $10. And I am going to keep your message to myself. Just know that I appreciate you. Same thing to August. I did see that you just sent $1 saying checking to see if this is a real Dean. It sure is. Go ahead and take it away, Damien. Tell us why you support Trump. For those watching, if you'd like to support me and support the stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too, right there. Just double check your spelling. Go ahead, Damien.
I'm a Christian, and you know, I like his immigration laws, and I like his views on abortion.
The voice sounds forced.
Well, it ain't. I don't know how to prove it to you.
How old are you?
I'm 52.
Nah, bro.
You laughing at how old I am?
Nah, bro. I'm laughing at the fact that you thought that I'd let that slide. I'm not gonna let that shit slide, bro. Get out of here. Get out of here, dude. Oh, this person's 13. We're gonna click the 13-year-old Avery.
Hello.
Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Also, I just want to let you know before we start, I have a mutational.
I'm sorry. I kicked them. I don't think that they're 18. Let's go to get the next guest in. His treasure. Do you support Trump?
Hi, yes, I do. I have multiple reasons why.
Okay, so here's the thing. Last year, when we were going through a lot of transition and things going on in our lives.
Is that you?
Yes, that's me.
Ooh, I can't tell. Folks, they actually have a bunch of videos up on their account.
Wanted to jump on here and say if you have a good message or if you're trying to share something.
Yes, I was talking about my family there in a couple of those videos.
I don't think it is. I don't think you're real.
Can I speak to you before you start judging my voice?
Where did you get all these videos from? Because this is
videos I post on the regular.
Because this isn't you. It's like a different accent. There's like a different like.
Can we get into the conversation?
Of the voice. What year were you born in?
I was born in 1975.
And how old does that make you?
I'm 51. My birthday is in February 7th.
I don't know. A lot of people that turn the camera on. You obviously have no issue showing your face on the internet. Turn the camera on.
I'm on the couch. Can we please stop talking about these things when I need to get ahead and start talking about this with you?
Just turn the camera on real quick while you're on the couch.
One moment.
What do you need a moment for? You said that you're on the couch. If you're on the couch, probably aren't doing too much, right? Maybe we should just let her speak. Because she's obviously very dedicated to whatever this bit is. Maybe we should just see how it pans out. Why do you support Trump? All right, bro. You're losing. My patience is going down. You got like 2 seconds. How about we get you a friend? Her name
I
is
didn't know how to
Candace.
turn on the camera.
How about we get you a friend? Candace, hi,
Can I
welcome in.
talk?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing all right, Candace. Is that you in your profile picture?
That is me with a filter, but I'm 19.
Okay, are you MAGA?
So you're not going to let me
so-
talk before you add someone new?
All right,
Do you want me
fine.
to-
We're going to kick Candace. Go for it, his treasure.
Yeah, that was funny. Okay, first off, I'm going to start by saying that Trump knows how to rile up them voters. He knows how to get them. And I think that's part of the reason why everyone loves him so much.
What do you mean by rile up them voters? Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Getting them voters to vote.
Getting
Get
the
down
voters to
there.
vote?
mean,
I
don't-
know! I mean, the shit, man. They're about damn giving those voters like $1 million bucks a pop. Do you remember that whole like America PAC? We're gonna be giving a voter of Trump's $1 million from Elon Musk thing.
I mean, yes, those were lies, but I mean, he promises a lot of other stuff that does come true. So
Yeah. And then
I believe that's why they
the
go down
demon
there to vote for
rats.
him.
Let me tell you about these demon rats, okay? All that they
Yeah,
do is they know how to
so-
rile up them undocumented immigrants, all them illegals voting for transgender aliens to be our next president or some shit like that. I think that's what Fox News said.
Well, I think y'all want to believe whatever you want to believe while Mr. Trump's over here doing what, is right.
I know. Like one day, like a man's a man and a woman's a woman. The next day, apparently, you could be
Man,
a
we are
little
not talking about
horsey.
that. We are talking about
You could be
politics
you could be a little like horsey if you wanted to. Oh God! Don't get me started on the pronouns. Oh my God, the pronouns.
Now,
Have you
stay
ever
on
heard of
topic
pronouns before? Where the
We're
fuck
talking
did
about-
pronouns come from?
No, sir. You are making a joke. Now, I do not know about all those other things, but I'm here to tell you that the illegal people here stealing our money.
They're basically robbing them banks. It's incredible. The other day,
getting
I saw a
American
brown
stuff.
man at an ATM. It must have been one of them
do you want
illegal
those people
immigrants
doing that,
robbing that
or-
bank. He just
Now,
asked
let
the
me tell you-
ATM politely to give him all the white people money. Yeah.
Now, Dane, let me tell you. Okay, right here. So,
Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. Let's go get that next guest connected. That's MAGA, by the way. Everything that I just said is something that I have heard in one way or another over the course of the last 2 years of doing these debates on a daily basis. Just by the way. Just by the fucking way. They're nuts. Let's go get that next guest connected there, troll. Only opposite side of the cube, you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Here we go. We got Jacksonator connecting to the box. Here we go. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the cube, you happen to be MAGA. Only opposite side of the cube, you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate it if you guys would follow the rules. Somebody in the comment section says, "How is Dean's Southern accent so good?" I don't know if it's super good, but I do have some family that's Southern. So I feel like, because I've been hearing this goddamnly darn accent since day one, out the mother's womb, God be it damned, I could emulate it. Alrighty. Don't think I could do it the best now, but I could do it all right. God diddly darn. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, yes, I'm 18. I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
All right. And what time is it?
11 p.m.
All right, my friend, you are in the Atlantic Ocean. Are you on a cruise?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Get out of here. Thank you so much, Chin, for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, these people are wow. Please treat yourself. You deserve it. Love from the familiar characters from the YouTube chat. P.S. I'm not sure how much this will be worth, INR to dollar exchange rate, LOL, but cheers, Dean. Take care. Well, I appreciate you so much. Because of the color of the Super Chat, it's orange. I just assume that it's around $20 USD. Life is complicated. Do you support Trump?
We are Trump.
Bands. Thank you so much, Herbie, for the 22 euros as well, who says, when a clear young voice speaks truth and reality based on facts instead of feelings in their quote-unquote old bones, and a sea of fake fearful screams. Well, I appreciate you for the $22, Herbie. We're trying to change some minds out here. We're trying to speak some facts, but, maybe we're entertaining the trolling a little too much. Sometimes it's fun, though. Sometimes it's fun. Joseph, thank you for the $30 donation of Venmo. Who says, when you do your Firecracker Dean voice, I lose it. Is that what it is? Is that my Firecracker voice from The Boys? I'm happy that I understand the reference, or I would just be very confused based upon the message that you're attempting to communicate there. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up. Helen, thank you for the $5, and Sakura, appreciate you guys for the $5 as well. Here we go, guys. Looking for that next guest. August, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, who says, God be it damned. Well, I'll be damned, August. Thank you for the 10 buckaroonies. I'll be able to spend that on a pop from the soda store, a piece of god diddly darn bubblegum from the gas station, and a 6-pack of beers to bring home after my 9 to 5. Coltrane, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello. Yes, I do, Mr. Withers.
You can call me Dean. How old are you?
18 years old, 2008, March 8th.
Could you please disconnect any Bluetooth device that you've connected to your phone? It's just making it really hard to hear you. If I had to rate the quality of your mic, I'd give it like a D-, because I could still kind of hear you. Gonna need to improve that.
I'm very sorry. It was mine.
There you go. Now it's better.
I'm sorry.
And you said that you're 18. What month were you born in?
March 8th, 2008.
All right. Sounds good, man. Let me thank a couple people. Then the mic of the floor will be yours. Let's go to start on Venmo. Miss Catherine. Oh my God. Thank you so very much for the $150 donation on Venmo. Catherine. Thank you so very much for the love. That is ridiculously kind of you. That's literally so much money. I don't understand why you think I deserve a penny of it, because I certainly don't. I am very grateful for you. Your love, your kindness, your generosity are genuinely just out of this world. I want to see 150,000 W Catherines in the chat. Fuck it. Let's make it 1 million W's for Catherine down below. Genuinely, that's very, very kind of you. Catherine with $150 says, thank you, Dean. I love your streams. I don't catch them much, but because I always have my daughter. Well, no, that totally makes sense, Catherine. I'm so happy that you love the streams. I'm so happy that you had a moment to catch it today. And seriously, thank you so very much for the love. Please show some love to Catherine down below. As well as on PayPal. Thank you, Janet, for the $10. I appreciate you. Talisha, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says, hey, Dean, actively packing right now because my boyfriend decided to leave me. He's on the right, so not a huge loss, but I guess 4 years meant nothing. Oh, man. Hey, listen, I wish you the very best of luck. That sounds like a very bad predicament to be in. You know, it is often that people find themselves in that position, and it is always a hard one to be in. You know, your situation is unique, but you're not alone in the sense that other people have been through similar things. Guess what? They have all rebound. They've all come back. Okay? You are just a couple good decisions away from a new life and easy sailing. So I wish you the best of luck in this period of recovery. Same thing to you, Haley. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. He says, in the spirit of the next generation of women, my 10-year-old daughter won first place against boys and girls in a karate tournament. Nice. The boys made jokes that she was quote unquote just a girl, and then she absolutely dog walked them. Yeah, tell her to go tell them that they're just boys, and that's why they're so easy to defeat. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. She's a purple belt and 2 belts away from being a junior black belt. That is such an accomplishment. Good for her and good for you, Haley. You sound like a great mom. Thanks for sharing that story with us all. Go ahead and take it away, Coltrane. Tell us why you support Trump.
Oh, thank you. I just very much agree with his ideals, but I just wanted to ask you a couple questions just that I could educate myself because you do come off as very articulate. I don't want to waste your time. It's just, have you heard of the UFC White House event that happened a couple weeks ago? I wanted to know what your opinion on was it, as many believe that it was disgraceful to occur in this country. And I just wanted to know what your perspective on it was, since I assume that you lean far left.
It was just white trash, honestly.
So, did you watch it?
Saw clips of it. It gave me like the same vibes as like a white person like drinking beer, floating the river. And hey, listen, I'm not here to say that that's bad. Sometimes I drink beer and float in the river. I do that every summer. It's fun, but it's not presidential.
Right. I just wanted to ask. And how did you feel about the commentary one of them said about Michelle Obama being a man, sir?
It represents the MAGA movement pretty well. Let's not focus on the affordability for the average American. In fact, let's not focus on anything that matters. Let's just call women men because they're black.
I personally never understood that myself. So I wanted to ask, why do you support Kamala Harris?
I thought that she was a better option than Trump. Why do you disagree?
I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just asking what policies of hers do you prioritize above others?
Expanding access to abortion and recodifying protections for women and girls in all 50 states, tax cuts for the working class. And tax cuts for the working class. So those were like the two main things that I really liked from her. Also, like selfishly, I did like her $25,000 subsidy for first-time homebuyers. That would have really helped me buy my first house, and I'm sure that would have helped many others.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll disconnect now. I just wanted to educate myself on your perspective. Thank you very much, sir.
That's fine. Hopefully you take that information and you use it to better form your political leanings. Let's go ahead and get that next guest connected. Only opposite side of that queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, I'd appreciate it if you guys would try your very best to follow the rules of the live, please, and thank you. Here we go, everyone. Live legend, do you support Trump? Dude, get out of here. Shannon, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. Here we go. Moving on to the next guest. Mary, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Mary with the 10 says, hey, Dean, thanks for your work. Where should a person who wants to learn more about the American politics start, as there's so much to learn about? Honestly, true, Mary. If I was to like give you any recommendation, first, I'd say just like, learn about where we're at today based upon the breaking news today. And that'll, like, in the process of learning about where we're at today, kind of inform you of like the systems that exist that will then make it easier to understand how we got to where we're at. And then I'd start, looking at political education insofar as the presidents that we've had in modern American history, what they did, how they influenced the electorate, taking a look at like vital points in American history, like the Civil War, like the end of like the ratification of the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, like the abolition of racial segregation, and then also make sure that you invest some important research into what we've done overseas in other countries. Lisa, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you? Oh, you're a troll. When I click on your profile account, it shows a different profile picture of an older woman. Hey, anybody in here, are you guys familiar at all with the older millennial? Have you guys ever heard of the older millennial before?
We are Charlie Good.
Yes. Yeah, we got to go over that for a moment here. Listen, I've been trying to do some outreach. Here to various like Republican TikTokers. So I asked older millennial to debate me. I'm going to show you guys the clip of how that went here in a moment. But I also sent a message to quote unquote Just Start USA. I don't know if you guys know who she is. Like, she's just a little fucking like, I don't know, Republican droid. Debated her a couple times, really left her with like being real butthurt, we kind of completely destroyed her. So my outreach to try to get some like Republicans that like claim to have a platform and claim to defend the GOP worldview has been very unsuccessful. So I DM'd Just Start USA, some like smaller Republican content creator who loves ICE. I said, you should get your friends to debate me. The queue's open for any of them today. She responded by saying, hey man, what's the reason you want me to help you out? You're a disingenuous debater. I have some of your ex-fans who used to be very big fans of you saying that you don't actually care about your fans and you just want to do clip farming and you don't win minds. You just want to win the debate. It's not worth anybody's time. You're just here to quote unquote win. You're very disrespectful and you cuss at people. That's the difference between you and Charlie. He posted unedited, raw content. Didn't have a mute button. The only time you have left in your office space is at AmFest. Nobody was violent towards you at all. When me and my friends go out, we get death threats. Not to mention, you had people come after me for things that are not true, along with your gross messages from your fans. Kai Clips destroyed you, and he is much smaller than you, but way higher IQ than you, and you literally ran away from him. Dean, I see how you're starting to slow down. This is enough for you now. Go out of the house, go to events, and just have conversations with people. Yeah, bro, whatever. All right, so basically, we got like a 10-page yap sesh just to say that she and her friends are too scared to debate me. So on that front, the outrage here to find people to debate me has been going very poorly. Same thing with the front of trying to get the older millennial to debate me. For those that don't know the older millennial, he's a rather large Trump supporter with a platform. You've probably seen him at one point or another. I joined his live, tried to get a debate with him about abortion. Listen to what he had to say.
I'll listen to you. I'll talk to Dan. I'll come back over here some other time.
All right, man. Have a good one. Bye, buddy. All right, Dean, you are up. Hello, Joe. Hello. I'm assuming you want to debate abortion is murder.
Yeah, well, I'm actually here to call you out to a debate on the morality and legality of abortion. I joined your live stream maybe a week ago, and you lasted 10 minutes before you kicked me for saying Lamau, because I think I was frying your ass.
Again, are you here to debate? Again, we're not going to sit here and rehash things. Give me your invitation.
Yeah, I'm here to invite you to join my live stream and debate me on abortion in front of an approximate audience of around 20 to 30,000 people today.
No, I'm good. Bro, debating you
It just kicked me.
holds no... I don't care. I know it's really important for you to win a debate. I don't care. I like debating. That's why I do it. I know you need this. You need this in your life. I don't care.
As he's actively running a debate stream, by the way. As he's actively running a debate stream, by the way. Listen to what he says later in the clip, too.
Awesome. So which topic did you want to debate?
So I actually wanted to address something.
Sure.
My last time around here.
I don't think that this clip will get it.
To offend you, I don't remember.
Oh, no, the clip didn't get it. Anyways, later in the conversation, because I guess it's not a part of the clip, he went on to say that he would debate me on something else but abortion, but he doesn't want to debate me on abortion because of my quote-unquote philosophy, bro? I don't even know what that means. But anyways, so in culmination, my efforts here to try to get the quote-unquote higher caliber Trump supporters on the live have been very unsuccessful. I've been very unsuccessful. Folks, I've been trying my best. I promise you, I've been trying my best. See, I want to reach out to those on the right with larger platforms, larger audiences, lots of followers, to try to get them to talk to me, right? Because they've been selected by the people as like the higher caliber Republicans that are good at speaking, invest time into researching what they believe in and why. Yeah, but they don't want to do it, dude. They don't want to talk to me. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only up inside of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Okay, this person's name is I Eat Poo. They're probably a Trump supporter. Let's go. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but I have like a question about...
Bro, stop eating poo, then, bro. You gotta stop eating poo, dude. That's pretty bad, dude. Let's get the next guest connected. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump, bro?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
20. March 4th, 2006.
Okay, I got a couple of people to thank for their donos, but because I've been yapping for a bit about non-debate stuff, I'll just go ahead and do that in the middle of our conversation so we could get that next debate kicked off. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
I just think he's like the best thing to happen to this flat earth. I think he's like really pushing my ideals, and he's really like a good president for what I believe in.
Are you trolling?
No.
No. You say with a smile on your face. I have a question about the whole
No,
flat
I
Earth
just
thing.
I just love Trump and the flat Earth.
Yeah.
And the Bible.
Yeah, really? The Trump, the flat Earth, the Bible. Have you ever? What are your thoughts on the Book of Enoch and the four corners of the flat Earth with like the angels that stand at the four corners of the flat Earth? Oh, don't even get me started on the firmament, bro. Of course we need a firmament. Fucking duh. Okay, it violates the second law of thermodynamics to have the vacuum of space right next to the pressurized atmosphere of Earth with no container, dude. You need a fucking container, dude. Therefore, you need a firmament. Right, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, for the flat Earth, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely, dude.
Yeah, for the flat Earth. Yeah.
Flat Earthers actually exist. It's pretty, like, the debates are pretty unpopular, though. I noticed that every time I've actually had a flat earther on the live to have a conversation with me, that the views just go down. People just kind of like tune that shit out. And honestly, I get it. People don't care about flat earth debates. Like, they're just kind of like some crazy fuckers. Just leave them alone. Let them do their own thing. Yeah, like, jeez. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get that next guest, Elliot, connected to the stream. Looking for the next guest right now. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
What's up? Hello?
Hello? Do you support Trump, Elliot? Apparently not. They just left. Whatever. That's fine. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Bella, thank you for the $4 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Do show some love to Bella down below. And then Joseph, thank you so much for the $25. He says, some unsolicited advice. I know that you've heard all the same MAGA arguments and accents from trolls. Cook anybody, and I support you 100%. But please try to keep the high ground. I think it makes you a more effective debater. Don't fall to their level. Oh, are you talking about me, like, trolling back with a southern accent? I guess I wasn't doing that to, like, be mean or anything. I was just doing that to be funny. That was just for a good old, you know, like a good old belly laugh, not like to be an asshole. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump user?
Yes, I am a Latina for Trump, actually, and I wanted to debate you about your opinions against Trump.
Okay. Yeah, how many Latinas for Trump are there? How many Hispanic women support Trump?
In my town, in El Paso?
Just Trump's approval rating amongst Latina women. Are you driving, by the way?
Nosotros somos Charlie Kirk.
Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. I don't even know Spanish, but I know precisely what she fucking said. And I know precisely what she fucking said. Hey, do you support Trump? Dude. Listen, chat. I turned down my volume in my earpieces after what happened 2 days ago. If you don't know what happened 2 days ago, let me just show you real quick. That happened 2 days ago, and after that happened, I turned down the volume of my in-ear monitors. So, unfortunately for you, unfortunately for you, that didn't fucking destroy my eardrums. But let's calm down, dude. Just a little bit. Listen to me, chat. Calm down, dude. All right. You'll be fine. Just bring it down a notch, brother. Bring it down. Hello. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I just want to say I love what you do, Dean, but you can kick me now.
I appreciate you, dude. Lavi, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. For my sake, I'm not going to be reading your message out loud. Mary, thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean, thank you for your work. Where should a person who wants to learn more about American politics start? Oh, already read that a while ago. I guess thank you again. And then Catherine, thank you so much for another $50 donation. That's the same Catherine who sent $150 in around 20 minutes ago. I am very, very grateful for you. Thank you so much. Who says, of course you deserve it. I'd assume in response to me thanking her for the $150 dono. She goes on to say, I'd love to debate you one day, but I'm not MAGA. But I do have some views that not everyone agrees with. Tell me what those views are. I'll happily inform you if it's something that I might debate one day. Aiden, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. You can find that from the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, and it's just going to be on immigrants as a whole. Devin, thank you for the $10. Who says, been using the information from the lies to slowly educate friends and family on current politics, like you've been educating us. I love that. By the way, that's one of the main reasons why I do this. One of the main reasons why I do this is that butterfly effect for sure. Joseph, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. And with all that being said, we're all caught up on Venmo. Parker, bro, I got you, dude. Don't worry, dude. I got you. We're gonna have Parker up here. We're gonna have the brother. The brother's gonna join the stream. Everybody, that's right. Yo, Subcommandante, what a name. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
How old are you?
Me, I'm 20 years old.
And what time is it?
Wir sind Kalkische.
No, bro, dude. I don't even know what language he's speaking. But I know exactly what he said in the language that he was speaking. Unless I don't. Unless he wasn't doing the We Are Charlie Kirk song. But it seemed to have a similar feeling to it. Parker, welcome.
Pretty sure that's what it was. How have your debates been today, bro?
Oh, dude. Hey, they've been nuts, Parker.
Yikes, bro. Like crazy people all day, or like what type of nuts?
I don't know. We just had one guest that really left a stain on my heart. Really just really pushed me off my homeostasis state of being. Some like 19-year-old woman joined earlier and said that slaves should be punished for breaking the law if they were to attempt to escape. And Nazi foot soldiers who refused the legal order to rape and kill Jewish little girls should be punished for refusing the order. That one kind of like threw me off. I'm still like kind of off because of that one.
Yeah, I can tell today was insane.
You guys are my favorite siblings in the whole world.
Monica, do you support Trump?
We are Charlie Kirk. We can.
Way too sharp on the Kirky. Way too sharp on the Kirky. Calm down. Calm down. Let's level that out. Go back to the drawing board. Try again. Parker, how's your day been so far, man?
My day's been really good. Just spent a lot of time with my girlfriend. We did like a bunch of fun stuff this morning. Got her some shoes. It was pretty fun.
Nice, dude. That's what I'm doing. That's why I'm on a little bit earlier today. As soon as I get off, I'm taking my girlfriend on a little dinner date. With some live music, too. With some live music. Ooh. One of my friends from elementary and middle school ended up going to college for music theory, and now he has his own jazz band, and he's great, and he's really good. But tonight, they're playing at a local restaurant, and, we're going to go and eat some food while listening to some jazz.
That sounds really fun. That's what my girlfriend and I do all the time. We have friends who like do these little they're not like full concerts, but like little things where they'll play like at a bar or at like some like little sort of event, and it's always really fun to go to. So
yeah, no, it's awesome. I know exactly what you're talking about because I do that too. Hell yeah, it's the best having friends that are musically inclined. Noah, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Noah, how old are you?
I am 18.
Noah, what year were you born in?
2007.
Noah, I don't know if I believe you.
I've debated Parker before.
What month in 07?
October.
And you said you're 19?
I'm 18.
18 October 2007, yeah, that's correct.
I'll preemptively believe you, Noah, unless you give me any reason to doubt you. Why do you support Trump?
I support his border policies, economic policies, and his and his like views on abortion.
Brother, economic policies? The economy's in the fucking gutter, dude. What are you talking about? It's trash. Most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years since 2010. Worst jobs report in 20 years, ignoring recession since 03. What else do we have? Most layoffs since the pandemic. Highest level of unemployment since the pandemic. Every single month under Trump, investment into manufacturers has gone down, 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 even though we had the largest historical boom ever in recorded U.S. history under Biden. It's like, how could you possibly say you like his economic policies?
I mean, I'm not really as informed on his economics, but everything else I've been getting to know more of. But other than that, I'm just like in the dumps on economics, really.
Okay, well then don't say that you support his economic policy until you do research into it.
Yeah.
Okay, the next thing was abortion. Why do you think abortion should be banned, dude?
Dean, how's your vape? How's your vape?
Well, it's an anxiety pen, but thanks for asking. It's pretty nice.
It's actually an anxiety pen. You should get it right next time, buddy.
Yeah. What a fucking weirdo, dude. It's actually an anxiety pen. Okay, it's lavender and chamomile. I mean, what a freak, honestly. I would never smoke the nicotine. It's a gateway. That's a fucking... You, like, look at me. You think that I'd ever be so stupid, so dumb, so moronic to smoke the nicotine? It's a gateway, ladies and gentlemen. It's a fucking gateway.
Only elevation pens, okay?
Why would you ever accuse me of doing such drastic immoral wrongdoings? Do you think I'm the type of man, the type of person that would ever engage in such immature, juvenile behaviors? Those tendencies are such that I don't possess them, frankly. It's an anxiety pen.
Dean, you should see the clip that I just reposted recently. You're gonna remember this from like literally like a year ago, bro. It was really funny. Remember when you dropped it and you accidentally said what it was, and then you were like,
"Oh yeah, that was funny." Jediah, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. That is JEDEDIAH. Jediah with the $30 says, "Hey Dean, always wanted to know what your opinion on Senator Fetterman is." Oh, I love that guy. He's like one of the best of us. He represents America quite well. Frankly, we need more Fettermans. You know, I actually bought some Fetterman merch. I've yet to put it on. I just want to plaster that guy's face all over me, him and his bald head. Trolling. Fetterman fucking sucks, dude. Oh my goodness. He scammed the hell out of his voters. He has no spine. No spine at all. Fetterman sucks. Honestly, Fetterman pisses me off more than MAGA, because he's no different than MAGA insofar as what he votes for in Congress, but he always frames it like, oh, look at me, I'm being the rational, common sense Democrat. Look at me, give me your attention. And every Democrat who disagrees with me is just too far gone to the left. It's like not only damaging to the country because of the outcome of the initiatives through policy that he supports, but he also just serves kind of as MAGA's token of like, quote unquote, how Democrats are supposed to be. Fetterman is not a better man. Fucking hate that guy. Pennsylvania, please vote him out. Jake, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Of course.
Jake, how old are you?
I'm 25.
All right, man. And why do you happen to support Trump, dude?
I mean, what do you mean? Biden let all these damn illegals in. And, I mean, really proved the liberals are owned by Freemason satanic entities.
Honestly, I'm inclined
It's
to
me.
agree.
It's Charlie. It's Charlie. Show me your...
I'd rather not know what the next word he was going to say. Can we do like who wants to play a round of fill in the blank? What was he going to say next? I don't know. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Guys, stop fucking with us. We're looking for some very serious debates. I understand that I'm being a bit unserious today. I don't know. I'm a little bit more goofy than usual. I think that's just because I'm in a good mood, have a fun date night planned after the stream. Feeling pretty energetic. Got a good pump today, so I'm feeling good. But come on, folks. We're looking for some debates. Landon, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
All right. What year were you born in?
2008.
Okay, what month?
March.
And why do you happen to support Trump, dude?
Trump. I mean, come on. His abortion is
abortion.
So sorry.
Abortion. It's always about abortion.
Yeah, I've
My
heard
bad.
that a lot recently. Have you,
It's-
Dean?
Yeah,
Like,
it's been
like
because,
every day the whole time.
And how often would you hear about abortion? Like a year and a half ago.
Like significantly less.
Yeah, it's because it's like the only thing they think they could defend.
And even so, it's indefensible. Like, watch this, Landon. If I could prove to you right now that Democrats would save more lives than Republicans if you were to vote for Democrats, would you say right now that you would vote for Democrats?
I don't know what y'all are talking about. I'm not 18, so yeah.
Okay.
He just came up here to like raise the red flag the moment he feels uncomfortable. Get out of here, dude. Don't lie about your age, guys. It's important. We got Alyssa Newton, stay-at-home mom, joining the stream. Alyssa Newton, stay-at-home mom. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Alyssa Newton, you're fucking trolling me. Goodbye. Let's go and get that next guest connected. Only opposite side of that box if you happen to be MAGA. We got Caroline loading up. Let's see here. Moving on to the next guest. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, guess they left. We got Victoria loading up in here. Serena with a $15 says, thought that you would think that this is also super cool since you also love them, but I may be working with the Backseat Lovers for their Red Rock show. Nice, Serena. I'm going to send you a private message, okay? Victoria, welcome in. How old are you?
Hello, 18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
April.
Okay. All right. And why do you support Trump?
Well, I like his tax. Fuck.
What a troll. All right. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Gracie loading in right now. Catherine, thank you so much for another $50 on Venmo. Damn, Catherine, you've been so kind to me today. Thank you so much. Let's get 500 Catherine W's down below. I'm very grateful for you. Catherine with another, who says, oh yeah, Catherine, I would be willing to have a conversation with you about that one day. I disagree with you. I'd be willing to debate you on that. Thanks for the $50. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream right now. Show some love to Catherine for that dono down below in that chat. Let's go to get that next guest. We got Gerald loading up in here. Diana. Stop it. Fuck. Stop. We're looking for debates. My God. Diana, thank you for the $20 who says, hey, so I was thinking you should do a facts over feeling debate. There would be no debate. Oh, listen, every debate that we have is facts over feeling. We've been doing facts over feeling debates for years. Jediah, I appreciate you for another $30 who says, one more question, then I'll leave you alone. Non-political question. I hope that that's allowed. But are you or Parker Marvel movie fans? Or is that not really your favorite genre of movies? No, man, dude, I'm always keeping up with Marvel and DC. We fucking love superhero shit in this house. How about you, Parker?
Yeah, I like Marvel and DC. I like DC stories better than Marvel, but
Really?
the DC movies tend to not be as good as the Marvel movies.
Yeah, I think that you're right about that. Marvel movies just are killer. And I feel like that's undeniable too. You can't really deny that. Like the Iron Man movies, holy fuck. They're so good. The Superman movies,
Yeah.
holy fuck. They're so good. The Avenger movies, holy shit. They are top tier. But I think I do kind of like the like Superman plot a little bit better. I'm a big fan of, like Smallville, for instance. Oh, but I will say The Heath Ledger Batman movie. That shit kind of solos, not gonna lie. That's
Yeah,
like one of the
honestly,
best movies ever.
I think Batman and Joker are like the best,
Hello?
like superhero sort of villain, like most iconic, like cartoon,
Really?
like
Any
sort
anxiety
of comic for me. Like that, if I
Yeah.
think about like a comic that I would have to pick, that would be like a top on the list. Like the dynamic.
I think that I'd agree with you 100%. And I mean, Heath Ledger just
Dean.
killed it. Welcome in, Nolan. Do you support Trump?
Yes, but no.
Okay, well,
do
then
you
it's
mind if I
contradictory.
explain?
How old are you?
If I explain, I'm 19.
Okay. If the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who'd you vote for?
Probably Harris.
Okay, well, I appreciate you for coming up. We're looking for people that answer Trump to that question. I'm sorry that we can't happen to find a guest, Parker.
You're totally fine, bro. Yeah,
He
you
copied
know
me,
what?
Dean.
The whole time I've been on the stream, has just been trolls, bro. Like, bro, how do you have the
You
energy
guys
to do
copied
this,
me.
bro?
One of you copied me. I'm mad.
What is going on? How do you have this energy, dude? What? How, dude? Like, how are they're just gonna keep going? If you didn't kick them, Dean, they were just gonna keep going forever.
Dude, holy fucking shit. Oh my God. Listen, I might have even said this the last time that guy came up. We need to pass federal legislation right now from banning that fucking doofus from any purchase of a caffeinated drink at any point in his life ever again. I don't care if that guy's on his fucking deathbed. Do not give him a Coca-Cola. That guy, dude, holy fucking shit. Wow, that guy has some energy. Jesus Christ. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now.
Date mandated decaffeination, okay?
Dude, you give that guy a Red Bull, you give that a black hole might just
cooked.
spontaneously like appear in existence based upon the consolidation of energy in such small limited mass. Genuinely.
You know what, Dean? I think we might have found the ability to create nuclear fusion, okay?
yeah. That guy's gonna help us crack nuclear fusion, dude. On God, man. On God. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in. Do apologize for all the trolls for everybody who's tuned in for some good faith political debates, but at least it's kind of been funny. But once again, do apologize for all the trolls. We honestly have very limited time, everybody. We have, like, on a real note, maybe like another 3 attempts at finding a guest. If we don't find somebody in the next like 2 minutes, we're just going to call it. Very limited time. Malice, do you support Trump?
Hello, mate. I'm so sorry. I'm British. I didn't mean to join. I love you.
You are so British. That is so true. You are British. You just sound like if Britain could speak. Britain would speak like you. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. We got Gerald tuning in. Hopefully they're MAGA. Yo? Dude,
Oh,
wait.
no.
Trump just posted a picture of Obama mocking him. Check this out. Trump just posted this on Truth Social, everyone. Why would he post this? Why would he post a photo of Obama mocking the fuck out of him? Jesus,
Dude,
Don.
yeah, he got mogged, bro.
Got mogged fucking hard.
He got mogged, bro. Let me get that Truth Social post right now. We're putting that as my thumbnail. And I'm going to put mogged over the top, bro.
Let's go to get that next guest connected.
When did he post it?
Truth Social.
How long ago?
I see something about it from earlier this morning, 10 a.m. my time, 8 hours ago. Tim, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007, December.
Why do you happen to support Trump, dude?
I like his immigration policies.
Okay, which specific immigration policies?
Well, the fact that he has decreased border crossings by a very large amount.
Yeah,
and
I
that
would
he's
say.
supported-
I say the means that he's used to reduce border crossings have been quite immoral. We're looking at human, constitutional, and natural rights violations. Of course, when we illegally deport undocumented immigrants en masse to get tortured overseas, when we strip the constitutional protections away from citizens to reclassify them as undocumented immigrants, when we execute citizens for protesting for immigrants' rights, we are obviously going to have more immigrants being scared of entering. But I just don't think that the means justify the ends.
When has anyone been executed for protesting the immigration policy?
Alex Preddy was shot in the back 12 times when he was on the ground and unarmed.
Yes, because he attempted to pull out a gun.
Okay, that claim's not true.
Yes, it is.
He never reached for his gun. Cop took it from him. You could see a cop take it from him.
Yes, he could have had a second gun, though. They don't know that.
Well, they did. Not only was there no other gun in sight, but there was also no other gun that they found on his person.
He could have had a different weapon that he was trying to pull out on them.
Well, he didn't.
Okay, but they don't know that. If he's trying to reach for something, then...
How do you know that he was trying to reach for something?
Because of the video.
Could you reference me a video where it makes it clear that they shot him because he was trying to reach for something?
Yeah, I can't reference one off the top of my head, but...
Okay. Well, then we'll just, use a easier case. Renee Good was also executed.
Yes, because she was trying to run over ICE agents with her car.
Well, that claim's not true. She told them that she was going to pull out. Then on the camera from the footage filmed by Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent who executed her, showed her before driving forward, turning her car as far and hard to the right as possible to not hit the agent. But even if you think when he took that first shot, when he was kind of standing off to the side of the bumper, that might have been justified, right? Because he could have been in the path of the vehicle. Well, the shot that killed her, according to the autopsy report, was a third shot. And by the time he took the third shot, he was chasing down the vehicle. So there clearly was no imminent threat. I'll show you that now. I guess the photo's glitched out. It does it sometimes. You'll just have to take my word for it.
Okay, human reaction time is limited. Even if she did pull her car hard to the right, but before she was going to hit the ICE agent, there's only so much that he can see before he has to make a decision there.
Yeah, but the shot that the agent took that inevitably killed her, what the hell's going on? Was after he had started to chase down her vehicle when there was clearly no imminent threat presented.
Okay, I didn't look into the video that hard, but I mean, I don't know.
I'm trying to pull up the image of it right now, but this photo is just really glitching out hard. So what I'd recommend that you do is go watch the video of her shooting. What you'll see is that for the third shot, the agent was chasing down her vehicle off to the left.
Okay. Even if that is true, that doesn't prove anything about Trump's immigration policies being bad. That just proves that one ICE agent made a wrong decision in the heat of the moment.
the one bad apple argument certainly doesn't work here. The reason why I say that is because maybe I would agree with you if the DHS and the administration as a whole came out with condemnation against these murderers, and then threw them in jail after prosecuting them. But instead, they defended these murderers, said that they did nothing wrong, said that they didn't violate department regulatory guidelines, and actively and illegally blocked efforts from the DOJ itself and on the state level from any investigative efforts to possibly press charges.
Yes, they blocked it on the state level because there's no way that the ICE agent could get a fair trial in Minnesota.
Why?
Because of what happened there. It's Minnesota is one of the most far left states in the country.
Okay.
It would have been incredibly
then,
hard to impossible to get a fair trial.
Well, I mean, couldn't you just say this for anybody who does something that is then made political? Couldn't you say this about Michael Jackson? Couldn't you say this about Donald Trump? Couldn't you say this about anybody like Derek Chauvin? Couldn't you say this about O.J. Simpson? Couldn't you say this about anybody who goes to trial over an event and which is publicized across the nation? Like, for example, do you think it would have been fair for the Biden-Harris administration to block the investigation into the guy who took out that healthcare CEO because, quote unquote, there's no way that he could have gotten a fair trial.
No, I see your point.
By the way, you have like time to maybe make 1 or 2 more points.
Okay.
That I'll pass off to Parker, just because I'm over 4 hours and I got to go on a date. But if you want to make 1 or 2 more points, feel free.
All right. And also, him cracking down on immigration increases wages for low skill Americans. Before you say this isn't true, there's a Harvard economics study that found that the low skill immigration coming in reduces wages for native workers by 3 to 8%.
Who's the author of that?
George Borges.
Borges, yes. So the Borges study has been categorically refuted by the Cato Institute, as well as the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. The Borges study is cited in so many different evaluations on the impact of wages of immigrants on lower skilled labor sects. But because the consensus today amongst the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, as well as the Cato Institute, is that the Borges study had it wrong, I'm willing to side with that consensus.
Yeah, also, it's that most studies within this field tend to show either no increase or decrease on wages, meaning no significant impact, or a slight positive impact towards wages. And a National Bureau of Economic Research study goes over that exactly, if you'd like to go look into that in specific.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think the point is here is that the consensus amongst institutions of research on immigration, left, middle, and right, is that the Borges study is wrong. Either because immigrants don't impact wages, or immigrants have a slight upward pressure on wages.
Okay.
Or you could just describe it as like an outlier, right? Like most of the data tends to show positive impacts. This seems to be an outlier within the data and is likely explained by, sort of aspects about how the study was conducted rather than like an indication that immigration is like negative towards wages.
Okay. But what about law and order? Illegal immigration is still a crime.
That's actually the last point I'm going to allow you to make. I'm sorry that I only gave you like 5 minutes. Feel free to come back tomorrow.
Hey, Tim, you're welcome. Tim, you're welcome to come over onto my stream right now. I'm about to go live right now, so you can come be the first guest on my stream if you want to keep asking these questions or talking.
I might do that, actually.
Alrighty, for sure. I'm about to start right now, so you can just follow my account and then just come over to my stream. I'm about to start right now.
Okay.
Folks, I got to head off. For everybody watching, thank you so much for showing up today. It honestly felt like a quick stream. It's totally free. Make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok. Go ahead, Parker.
I was gonna say thank you, man, for having me up. Have a great night, man. The day's gonna be crazy for me. I'm already knowing it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, good luck, Parker. Good luck.
All right, I'll see you, bro.
See ya. Make sure you're hitting that follow button on TikTok. If you possibly ever want to see these streams again, it's totally free. Same thing with dropping a sub on YouTube. You guys should definitely subscribe over there. Joseph, I appreciate you for the $25 over on Venmo. What's your TikTok? Drop your TikTok in a comment under that dono. Rebecca, thank you for the $5. This is me. Gabriella, thank you for the $5. Brianna, thank you so much for the $10. Chloe, thank you for the $5. Carrie, thank you for the 10. Johnny, thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate you. And I think with all that being said, we're caught up on Venmo, then on TikTok. Sylvia, thank you so much for the $12. Who says, hey, Dean Love from Scotland. Love to you, Sylvia. I'm going to go and hop off, guys. If you're still in the mood for some debates, guess what? You're in luck. You could head over to @Parker, get a job on TikTok. And @Parker, get a job on YouTube. Go show him some love. Spam Dean Raid in his chat. Got a date. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye, everybody. See you tomorrow.